time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So
it's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
my, I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is day 2 of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. We've had such a fun day one. Lots of unexpected results at the end of the day. And we're going to have a look at the leaderboard very soon. But first, hi Sri, what's up?
Hi, Tania. Excited for day 2 today. Excited to see how the players are going to get back and how the people at the lead are going to keep it going. And I had a few personal conversations with a few of the players before the start of the round today. And one of the players was like, I'm going to play some crazy chess today as well.
Name reveal. Sri, name reveal. That's all we
Name
want.
reveal at the end of the day.
All right. Well, you know what, chat? Maybe we can try and guess. So Sri has already given us a hint that a certain player has told him that we can expect some crazy chess from him. So I think by the end of the day, Sri, we'll know who it was before you reveal it. But I think you've summed it up so perfectly that it's all about who can make the comeback and who are the players who found themselves at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day one. Are they able to keep the consistency going? Also, chat, every time before we're about to start, Sri is always so busy on the phone, and we always have to remind him to come back. It's about to start. So whenever we're a little late, this time it's not me.
Yeah, sure. I think
Okay,
chat
so
knows better.
yeah, actually, I can try as much to convince them, but that's going to be a hard one to convince them on. How is chat doing? Let's pull up chat and say hello to everybody. Well, I have to say that this whole event, uh, the Indian community has such a big role to play in the fact that we're having an Indian chess tour to start with. The boom that we've been seeing, the kind of fan support we've been seeing. And I think whoever plays, whichever Indian is playing anywhere in the world, it's just such a wholesome community who's always supporting. And that's the reason that these youngsters have this major opportunity to make it to the big league, the Champions Chess Tour. But they've got to win the Indian Chess Tour. They've got to win one of the legs of the Indian Chess Tour. We saw Arjun do that in the previous one. And of course, Sri, I think we have to also update everybody that there's a little bit of an unfortunate situation where we've had a withdrawal, but due to circumstances beyond anyone's control.
Yes, Tania. Gukesh unfortunately had to withdraw from the tournament yesterday because he just couldn't find a place where he can get a good internet connection. He had a lot of troubles in his games yesterday, which also explains partially his really unexpected results for the day. And he just simply couldn't find a way to continue to find a place with good internet. So it's extremely unfortunate. But since he didn't play 50% of the games, all the games that he has played, the results of it will be nullified. It will, yeah. So it's wiped off literally. It's very unfortunate for some of the people who beat him yesterday. Like, for example, Arvind won a fabulous game yesterday, but it stands nullified. And a bit of relief for someone like Arjun, who had a completely winning position. And he doesn't have to regret his lost chance because he knows he's not going to get points for it anyway. So it's a bit of a roll of the dice, which favors some and which is very frustrating for the other half of the people.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with chat. We will indeed miss Gukesh in the event. He apparently isn't playing from his home. He's far away from his home. He's tried a lot of different ways to get the connection set up, but he failed to do so, experienced many disconnects yesterday. And because that would also cause so much inconvenience to all the other players and the tournament itself, Gukesh decided to take a call that it just does not make sense for him to continue, which means that, as Sri, you were pointing out, that it will be counted as a bye for those who are being paired against him in the future rounds, as well as the players who have played with him on day one. So as you mentioned, that score doesn't count anymore. We've still got 15 grandmasters here, of course, fighting it out for the very top spot. Let's take a look at our standings. We've got just about 3 minutes before liftoff. And this is what it is. Ronak Sadhwani, the only player undefeated so far in the tournament. He hasn't lost a single game on day one. He finds himself with 10 points. Also a reminder of the scoring system. For every win, a player gets 3 points. And for a draw, both players get a point each. So as we can see, Ronak has got 3 wins and 1 draw. That makes his total score tally of 10. And Nihal and Abhimanyu. Well, Nihal also is undefeated. He's had 2 wins, 2 draws, while Abhimanyu and the rest of the field did face a defeat yesterday. And as we can see on the leaderboard, and a big upset at the bottom of the board with Karthikeyan, Erigassi, Abhijit, and Gukesh. Well, Gukesh won't be a part of the event, but finding Karthikeyan, Arjun, and Abhijit. By the way, these 3 players haven't won a single game so far.
Yes, Tania. Again, extremely unexpected and not what you would expect. But also another bit of inside information. Abhijit has been feeling a bit unwell since he returned from Sharjah. So I think again that explains of his unexpected performance here. And Harsha is a big winner of Gukesh's withdrawal because he was the only person who had lost against Gukesh yesterday. And now you see he has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 0 losses. So that loss got nullified, and it pushes him ahead of Arvind, who had defeated Gukesh yesterday. Because yeah, so now Arvind has 2 wins and 1 loss, and Harsha has 2 wins and 1 draw.
Happy man saying Indians are the winners. They boost other stuff. 100% agree with that. I think just as you were mentioning that for these players, this opportunity is so critical because it's really about getting that chance to make it to the big stage, and definitely having events like these with MPL support, with Chess24 hosting this, especially for the Indian young talents, it just means so much. And definitely, Chad, do like the stream and spread the word and support all the players wherever they're playing. Which reminds me, I mean, what a time for the chess world, Sri. We've got Anand, who's back in the world top 10 with his phenomenal performance. Well, at the Grand Chess Tour before, and now at Norway Chess, winning those 2 classical games. He finds himself at world number 9, I think, after almost a year and a half. And at 52, to do that is unreal.
Absolutely, Tania. It's so inspiring. It's so inspiring that I almost feel like, I want to get off the commentary chair and go and start playing in the tournament. It's very contagious. And we had Anand at the training camp. We have kickoff of the round 5, by the way. And yeah, I mean, to complete that, we had Anand at the training camp just before he flew to Romania. And I think you could kind of feel it. You could feel how fresh he was and how motivated he was. He was talking about how you had to absolutely concentrate, the attitude while playing, and all these things. And what a way to teach by just walking the talk, showing exactly how it's done. And he just went there and showed exactly how it's done. I'm amazed. And when I look back at it, I feel that he had this complete clarity of thought. He knew exactly what he wanted to get from his games, how he had to mentally prepare himself. And that clarity really helped because when you have a cluttered mind, when you're confused, when you're thinking about the right strategy, it really messes up with your head. But when you have that kind of a clarity, you know exactly what you want to do. You back your strengths, you go out there. That's what I think brings the best out of you.
100%. And it's also just that, the kind of opposition he's facing there, but then day after day, just coming there, showing this brilliant class. It's so inspiring for the youngsters, for I think just everybody who's a chess fan to see Anand do what he does best. And look at this. Well, I have to say that Arjun definitely looking like he's got his act together. He is not looking sleepy anymore. Everything that went wrong yesterday, it did feel like Arjun couldn't find his rhythm. He does look a lot more prepared than he did on day 1. And I love that. Not just how he's looking right now, but also the position on the board. He goes for his, newly trusted London, the Jabava London system with the white pieces. And let's just show how the Jabava London works from the start and the difference between this system and the conventional London.
So the Jabava London, it starts from d4, knight f6. And out here in the London system, we don't develop this knight to c3. We usually have this pawn on c3. And this bishop goes to f4, the knight goes to f3. This is the typical London system. You can either start with bishop f4 here, or you can start with knight f3 and then go bishop f4. Through these models, we reach the London system. But in the Jabava London system, what you do is you start with knight c3, which is also how we start with the Barry attack, with the idea of controlling the center, forcing e4. And this forces black to play d5. Otherwise, white just gets his e4. Of course, black has the option to transpose it into the French defense with something like e6, e4, and d5, which is something Arjun did a lot in one of his recent matches against Hans. He plays the French defense with the black pieces, and he just transposes it into the French defense. But most people don't have that kind of versatility and flexibility. So they have to play d5 in order to not concede the center. And now we go bishop f4. This is the starting position of the Jabava London system. And straight out, what it does is it just closes off the center. So when the pawn comes to d5, it takes out the c5 break, it takes out the e5 break, which it doesn't exactly take it out. You can still play c5, but it puts it in a different circumstance. It commits white's black's pawn to d5. And out here, black has so many different ways to play. c5 is one of the most, and there is c6, there is the e6, and you can start with bishop f5, which is what Gukesh did yesterday. And in this game, black went with e6, which is again one of the solid systems.
Yeah, and then eventually went on to break in the center with c5. Let's just move on with the moves and get to our current position. And as you were mentioning, the knight on c3, it forces the block in the center, but also the drawback of this is that white doesn't have that natural c4 break that we come to see so often in these queen's pawn openings. I love that Arjun's already got h4 on the board. Very interesting insight you gave us yesterday that in fact, Arjun was trying to prepare against this line with the black pieces. But he saw the subtleties and the problems that black faces while facing the Jabava London, and then decided to play it himself with the white pieces. And that's what we saw on day one, and that's why he continues today. Let's take a look at some of our other boards. We'll see how well prepared Harsha is. 100% he was expecting this against Arjun, but is he able to handle the questions that he faces in the upcoming moves? We'll come back to this. Chat, let's continue and see some of our other big games. And let's go to the tournament leader, Ronak Sadhwani, who is undefeated so far, having quite a run. He hasn't missed any opportunities. He gets a good position. He's able to convert them. He's able to be resourceful. He keeps the clock under control. Will he continue doing that? And wow, look at this position on the board. The first thing, why are black's pieces not developed? So many pawn moves.
So many pawn moves because it started with the Dutch defense, Tania. It started with the Dutch defense, and after bishop g5, the point is if black develops his knight, white wants to take it and get this better pawn structure. And this is one of the most solid systems to play as white against the Dutch defense. And Ronak, who has played Dutch for many years now, he finds a way to circumvent it with g6. Not the most usual move here, but his idea is he wants to get this bishop to g7, and then he gets the knight to f6. But not yet, not yet. He wants to keep it flexible. He wants to get his center covered. So he starts with d6, bishop to c4, c6, and he just doesn't commit the knight to f6 at all so far. h4, h6, bishop f4. This is the present position that we have right now, and it's not entirely clear to me why Ronak hasn't yet played his knight to f6, but it looks like he was prepared for this. He had more than 15 minutes until this point. Leon was the one who was thinking, and he has also got an objectively good position out of the opening with his ways of with his opening setup today. It's quite often very interesting to have these setups where you're not really revealing your intentions. You know, you keep your opponent guessing, and they are not exactly sure which way they should develop towards what they want to do. And this gives you an advantage with the black pieces.
You know, I kind of like white's position here. I mean, look at those two bishops, the bishop on c4, making sure black can't castle anytime soon. You still have to do a bit of work to get e5 break in. g5 isn't possible. While white has got a clear plan, you might want to go knight f3, go queen d2 or queen e2, and even go long castle at some point. I like how things have gone for Leon so far, but we'll see how this one develops. I've got my eye on chat, and I have no idea how they know about my schedule. It is true that I did wake up late today. I don't know what gives it away, but it could be all the streaming that we were doing last night. I don't know if you saw Sri, but I actually went on and did another stream very late at night.
I didn't get a notification. I didn't get a notification.
Are you not subscribed to my channel?
I did get a notification.
Oh, you did.
But I'm not sure if Abhijit is subscribed to your channel.
Sorry?
But I'm not sure if Abhijit Kunte is subscribed to your channel.
Yeah, we need to have that conversation. I think he's just blocked it out until the Olympia that I even have a channel because it hurts him so much. And he's just glad that he doesn't have to see when I stream.
Exactly. And do you really want him to get notifications that you're playing Bullet at 2 a.m.?
I think he's happier getting that notification than that I'm playing Prop Night at 2 a.m.
I can't
All
beat
right,
that.
knight f3 on the board. We'll see. I'm going to wrap this one up by saying that I think Leon has reasons to be pleased with the way things have gone in the opening. Ronak slowing down a little bit, still deciding how he wants to develop. Let's take a look at some of the other games that are on, and I want to go to Arvind. Now, Arvind was the other player three who really impressed us yesterday. Some brilliant chess by him. I mean, that game against I think it was against Karthi, no, where he sacrificed a rook, and with the black pieces just played. For me, that has been the game of the tournament so far. And looking at the position we have on the board currently, a lot more sober, a lot more relaxed, no crazy stuff going on. But is this as equal as one might expect? Because black's pawn structure still not great. You've got these double pawns. White has got a double bishop advantage. Black's king is in the center. Imagine a rook comes on e1, a rook comes on d1. And is there still some venom in the position?
I don't really see any specific venom, Tanya. Maybe the d4 pawn is a no. I don't really see it, because the bishop, the dark square bishop, will easily cover up the d4 pawn. I think white has got a nice and sweet advantage out of the opening. Although I'm a bit baffled by Dityan's choice in this game. It started as the 4 knights defense after 1 e4 e5, and out here the 4 knights scotch. The most solid system for black is to take e into d4, knight into d4, and go bishop b4 right now. Instead, Deeptyan went for bishop b4 right away, which is the kind of stuff you do when you're trying to look to win as black against a lower rated player, to try and avoid this super solid system, which has drawish tendencies. And Deeptyan went into this. And now after 6 queen d3, which is a very important move in this position for white. But if you do play this, then white is better. So I'm not sure why Deeptyan went willingly into a slightly worse position against someone like Arvind, who has been on fire. But yeah, I mean, it just surprises me. He didn't need to do this.
Interesting. But like you mentioned that black doesn't have too much to fear, I still think, Sri, that it might be slightly easier for white to play right now. May not be enough to get an advantage, as you mentioned, with all these points. But it feels as if, well, if anyone can try anything in this position at
exactly.
all.
No, I completely agree. I think white is a bit better, and it's very comfortable for white.
All right. Well, I'm actually looking at our cameras and we are really zoomed onto the players. It's quite interesting. I mean, very big close-ups there.
And in your face.
Like literally trying to get into their minds and how they are working and how they are thinking.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a lot to do with how their posture while they're concentrating, with the rapt attention, and which is why they are leaning forward, not sitting back.
Yes. But you know, it's funny when we see the Champions Chess Tour, and I don't know if you've observed, Sri, all these top guys, right? Like, let's say the world top 10, most of the players are in the world top 10 there. And they just feel like so relaxed when they're playing, even this format. You know, they're always leaned back. They're kind of never, but also it's experience, right? They've played these events so many times. It's sort of just normal for them now.
Yeah, exactly. For these players who are in the Indian Chess Tour, I think it's, for a lot of them, is their one and only opportunity to try and get into the Champion Chess Tour. And so they have a lot at stake, and they have limited time span to achieve it. So I think that explains it.
Yeah.
That explains a part of it.
No moment to relax at all. And Soham has an interesting insight into that. I've seen that Ronak is a momentum player. He cashes in fully whenever things are going his way. He might win it all. I think that there's some, I don't know about it, because there's still a long tournament to go and he needs to keep the consistency going. But Ronak really does seem to build on the momentum he creates. Like, he did it in round 1 and he never let it slip. So it's going to be interesting to see how it progresses. And absolutely, I mean, he is leading currently. Him winning this all and getting that golden ticket to the Champions Chess Tour might be a reality. I think let's ask what our chat thinks. Let's also run a poll on chat of the mods, or maybe Manu, if you could do it, and ask them who they think will be the winner. Will Ronak win the entire event? Yes or no? He's been super convincing so far.
Actually, I completely agree that Ronak does. He's very passionate, so he can have these runs of ups and downs. But I think it's not just specific to the player, but also to the format. What I've noticed is in this format with 4 rounds a day, there are times when people win all 4. They just get into the momentum. That's what happened with Abhimanyu in the first leg. There were times where he won 4 out of 4. He just quickly got to the top. And then with one loss, it really ruined his momentum and found it very hard to come back. So I think that's the case with a lot of these online speed chess formats. When you have less time to recover and you have the time control is fast, I think momentum plays a large role. It creates a domino effect. Meanwhile, in the game, in one of the other big contenders, Vishak against Nihal, there was this important point, Tania, after 9a4, and here Vishak had to take the right decision where to go with his queen, and he had 2 choices. And which one would you have taken, or would the chat have taken here? There's only one right answer after
Really?
a4.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 roads for Vishak, and he had to play one correct way. And in the game, he chose the wrong way, which led him to some pretty unexpected troubles. And he spent only 7 seconds in this move
Yeah.
so he clearly didn't sense the importance of the moment here, because it was, I think, quite deceptive.
Very interesting. So you're mentioning like 2 moves are possible here. White can go queen c4 or queen d1. These are the only 2 squares available. And
yes, exactly.
one of them is correct, one of them is incorrect. Well, I can see the live board. So for me, I think I can guess the one that he made and the one that's correct. But I'm going to wait to see if chat does. Yeah, chat also, I think, sees it. That queen d1 was perhaps the way to go.
Exactly, because the point is in the game, Vishak went with the queen to c4. And the problem is from c4, there is no way for the queen to go anywhere. Everything is blocked. So if you play knight a5 right away, then white takes the bishop on b4 because the knight is defending the bishop. So Nihal started with knight to d5. This protects this bishop and also creates this threat of a3. So Vishak had to play short castle to get out of this pin, to take his king out of the way. And now Nihal played the knight to a5, trapping the queen. The queen had no place to go. Queen b5 check c6. Queen b5
bishop
check, maybe
d7
just bishop
maybe
d7
as well. Yeah, queen b5
exactly.
check, bishop d7 forces the queen to d3, and then white just ends up with this very ugly pawn structure, no?
Exactly. This is what happened in the game. He not only ends up with this ugly pawn structure, but he also loses this pawn on c3. So bishop into c3, b into c3, knight into c3. This is what happened in the game. And this is the reason why we have this position in the live board right now, where black is just a pawn up and also has a better pawn structure.
Yeah, 100% agree on that. But kudos to Nihal to find this little idea of going knight d5 first, defend that bishop, not making that hand move of thinking about going short castle or continuing with natural development, but really putting the pressure on with knight d5 and knight a5. And I think for Vishak, this queen c4 was just played really quickly because it's such a natural move. You don't want to play queen to d1. And to think that this is going to turn out to be such a big blunder is hard to imagine.
Exactly. It was hard to imagine, it was hard to foresee, and that is why it was such a difficult problem for Vishak to face, which was full credit to Nihal. He set that problem up. He set it up and Vishak fell into it. And now Nihal is in the driver's seat.
Yeah. And I'm also looking at our Chess24 chat, Symphonic Knight saying, I have a feeling Nihal is going to finish strong. Definitely one of our big contenders in this tournament. We all know how strong he is in these time formats. And as we can see, today's position, today's game with the black pieces, it just looks like he's crashing through very early on in his game. So a good start for Nihal. And Mighty Horsey saying, I like that name. Vantika has been pretty impressive as well. Bad starts have been a major weakness for Nihal. Hope he capitalizes on this. I think he's still on somewhere around the top of the leaderboard. So not a completely disastrous day for Nihal, but he's got to keep the momentum going. He's got to pick up some points. Once again, a good start for him. And I couldn't agree more with what you say about Vantika, which actually, do you want to take a look at her game and see how she's doing today? Day one was very impressive for her. She started with a great game against Arjun, drew that game, ended the day on a high, winning a game against Aradhya. It's a field that's so strong. She's clearly an underdog here, but she's showing that it's not going to be easy for the players who are going to play against her.
Absolutely, Tania. I think it's very no shortage of words to appreciate Vantika. She has amazing spirit. She's always ready to play. And when I texted her to check if she was free to play in this tournament, she took exactly 5 minutes to respond and confirm that
Wow.
she is ready to play. And you could there can be different reactions from players looking at such a strong field. Imagine you are playing in a field where there are 14 players rated higher than you, and it's a field of 16. So every round you're going to be facing someone who is monstrously strong, who is rated 100 points ahead of you in a format in which you have never played before. And she was so ready and willing, she jumped on it instantly. I think that's the kind of attitude which really puts a player in a great mindset, because it really there's no room for self-doubt there. Maybe a little bit, but you just show confidence. It gives you confidence.
No, very well put, Sri. And looking at the position that we have on the board, I haven't had a chance to actually think about what's going on, but I see our eval bar, and it seems to say that White has a brilliant position. Now, this last move that Gua made with Queen to H4, it feels a bit strange to me, because the D6 pawn is hanging. Yes, you have a threat of taking Rook takes E3. But one just gets the feeling that it shouldn't be such a great idea. For example, even if White was to go short castle here, just one of the options that comes to mind. She goes knight c4. I really like that as well, because you support the e3 pawn and you put more pressure on d6.
Yes, and now this d6 pawn, it looks indefensible to me, and it looks like Mitraba's opening has gone majorly wrong. Once again, it's the Benoni opening, which Vantika faced in the first round against Arjun. And what I'm seeing is also people are really underestimating her with the black pieces. And she has this superb compact opening repertoire with the white pieces, where it's really solid, and it's not easy for you to out prepare her with black, or try and get these kind of questions where you just target her in the opening. And if you go wrong, like if you go into these offbeat setups, she's going to be well prepared. She's going to get an advantage against you. Whether you're Mitrava, you're Arjun, it doesn't matter. So I think people need to rethink their strategies with the black pieces, and start giving her the respect with the black pieces as well. Play good openings and try and equalize first before they try to beat her.
I think it's from this feeling that, in this field, she's one of the lowest seed players, and you want to try to create chances. So how you do that with the black pieces is play offbeat lines. But 100% agree with you. It comes from the feeling of underestimating her strength. And with that, if Vantika gets the chance and you mess up, which seems like it's exactly what has happened with Gua in this game, with Mitraba in this game, with d6 under fire. Look at the clock situation as well. Vantika's got almost twice as much as time. The d6 pawn seems to be falling already. What is that queen doing on h4? Big questions here for black. Once the d6 pawn falls and white is able to go short castle, I don't even see the compensation. Not to mention, bishop takes h5 will always be in the air, destroying black's pawn structure.
Yes, I think Vantika is totally in the driver's seat for this one, but let me not go too far into it and jinx it like we did yesterday.
Yeah, the commentators curse. We don't want that to strike again. We'll move on. By the way, an interesting conversation going on in our chat on YouTube, Sri, that Prophecy mentions that his opinion is that the players should be not pushed to the biggest stage without proper preparation and maturity. And I actually think that there's also another perspective to that. I think having them play on the biggest stage and making them play against the world's best is actually what motivates them to get that preparation in, and is what brings in the maturity in their game. And we've seen that happen with Prague time and time again.
Exactly, Tanya. I was just exactly going for that. I think the hypothesis is straight away fails if we take the case of Prague, who went into the Champion Chess Tour, struggled for the first 2-3 events. He didn't qualify to the knockout, but he kept persisting. He won the Challengers Chess Tour, earned a spot in the Champion Chess Tour, and then he defeated Magnus Carlsen. And even then, he was not able to get into the knockouts. But then he got his platform in the Oslo Super Cup, and there it just turned things around. So a lot of these things, you can't mathematically work your way into predicting human behavior, is what I can say. You can't say you do this and this player will improve, you do this and this player will not improve. It's not as simple as that. There is a lot of different variables, and we can only work with percentages. We can only do things that increases the percentage of something happening or decrease the percentage, but we can't control things 100%.
Yeah, and I think definitely having them play on these with these very strong players is a very important opportunity in their road to improvement, and that's what really pushes them. So, very interesting conversation there. Also, a very interesting position, by the way, meanwhile, on the Abhijit Karti board. Now, Abhijit had a very tough day one. You mentioned, Sri, that he's not been feeling too well since he's returned from Sharjah, so that might have a role to play in that. But let's take a look at what we do have on the board currently. And I see that black has an extra pawn. The a6 pawn currently cannot be picked up because of the knight on c6. The d4 pawn, for example, probably here you can just go knight takes a6 is an option, at least amongst other moves as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not even knight takes a6. The knight on c6 is pinned. You could go knight a8 or knight e6, simply taking advantage of that pinned knight. So definitely looks like another tough round ahead for Abhijit.
Yes, Tanya, and he's been playing so fast here. He has 13 minutes remaining, and he's also kind of been going for it. In this game, also he just went h4, h5, h6, all in, and but they were not the best moves, and things turned around. This h6 pawn got captured in the 21st move because after queen f8, at this point, there's no way to defend the h6 pawn. So he went all in with the h pawn. But do not try this at home or school, because this is what can happen if that attack is not accurate, if you don't know how to handle it. And this is how he lost his pawn. And we are here at this point after queen b3. Still a pawn lost, and this d4 pawn is a protected passed pawn. So it's a big advantage for Karthikeyan. Only problem is he's down on time. So that's something to watch out for. Something similar happened in his game against Surya yesterday. He had a nice position, and at some point it was -8, but he simply didn't have the time. And after a point, he just collapsed.
All right, so things looking tough for Abhijit, but the game we need to turn our attention to is the Leon Mendoka versus Ronak Sadhwani, the tournament leader. Wildfire on the board. Ronak just going for it. He's advanced all his kingside pawns, doesn't care about castling, just putting all conventional rules to rest. What on earth is even going on here?
Once again, the center was closed, so there's no direct way for the white pieces to get towards the black king on e8. And this kind of justifies Ronak's approach in building a robust center, which is what he has done. And he has also restricted the white's pieces nicely. For example, the g3 bishop. There are deficiencies in black's position, the c8 bishop, the rook on e8. These pieces not coming onto play for the moment. But on the other hand, he doesn't really need them right now. He's just going f4, g4, and storming through the king side. And another interesting thing to note is how Ronak kind of got Leon out of his prep right from the beginning, because Leon is someone who likes to take his time. And the earlier you get him out of his opening preparation, the earlier you get him out of book, the more time he's going to spend, and the earlier he's going to get into this critical time trouble phase. And it's just 14 moves, Tanya, but Leon has already spent 13 minutes. He's spent almost a minute per move, and he's down to just 2 minutes. So I think it has been a very well worked out for Ronak, who seems to be highly motivated. He's never got a chance in the Champion Chess Tour. He never got a chance in the Challengers Chess Tour as well. So he's hungry, he's motivated, and he wants to. I think he wants to give his best in this tournament.
And he's got a very cool gaming chair, I must say. But let's come back to the position and try and work out what white can actually play. Well, he's down to a minute and a half, so not that much time on the board to make his choice. The first thing, knight d2. Okay, interesting move here. Opening up the diagonal for the queen. The queen from d1 can now think about jumping onto h5, giving a check, creating some trouble. And important to note that f4 is not a possibility. Let's just ask chat what happens if black does play f4. But probably we can take a look at it because it's not so clear. He goes knight f6, but I think the problem with f4 was that it just opens up the e file. You never want to make this move after e takes f4, g takes f4. You just come back with the bishop. Maybe bishop f4 doesn't work because there'll be a knight e5 on the end. And now let's just show that. And the piece blocks the pin along the e file. But even if you just drop back with the bishop simply to h2, look at the weaknesses that black has created. The knight is going to jump to e4, the queen is going to come to h5, and this is called losing control of the position. So you can't rush with moves like f4. Instead, Ronak plays a nice move. He goes knight f6 and plays it very quickly. Controls the h5 square, is looking at playing bishop e6, diluting the strong bishop that white has on the c4 square to continue development. I like the move bishop b3 because it means that after bishop e6 now, one, you will have the option to jump with the knight, and you might even be able to snap up the e5 pawn. Let's take a look at that line. For example, bishop e6, maybe bishop e5 is possible. You still have bishop takes b3. That's a possibility here, and you'll have to give up the strong bishop on f6. But bishop b3, a nice move by Leon, played quickly in time because you want to make sure that all your pieces are well defended when you're low on the clock.
Yes, Tanya. All the pieces are well defended, but it's still going towards a very dangerous territory for Leon. Just having 1 minute in this position after 16 moves, and the position still is very complex. So I think he has to deal with a lot in the coming times, but he seems ready. He seems in position, completely ready, and also with a cool gaming chair.
I think, you know what, we underestimate the power of such things because it sort of sets the vibe, right? It sort of sets your own environment which can be a challenge when you're playing from home. When you're playing from home, you're in your comfort zone. To get that seriousness, to get the zone of the tournament going, having this sort of a setup, it puts you on game mode.
Absolutely. And you can't also underestimate the comfort that it gives. And I think you would know a lot about it, Tanya.
Oh my God. I was just thinking I'm on and on talking about a gaming chair while I'm sitting on my dining table chair here, looking at Sri's chair and Ronak's chair. I need to get my chair game on. It's true.
Absolutely. And there's also a lot of people in the chat talking about if Arjun has qualified for the next Champion Chess Tour. Yes, he has qualified for the July iteration of the Champion Chess Tour, but if he wins this, he will get another shot into another Champion Chess Tour. So it doesn't get cancelled like that.
Well, Arjun has made his way, but one more player will, whoever wins this tournament. But quickly, let's go to Vantika's board. A lot of development there, and she continues to push for the advantage. We'll come back to this because, yes, Leon is running short on time. We'll quickly jump back to it, actually. But let's get a quick update on this. So Vantika has picked up the d6 pawn, has castled, and now Mitrabha down to a minute on the clock, has to find compensation for this pawn given. I don't see it very clearly. You don't have time to pick up the c3 pawn. The rook on e8 is hanging. It looks like black is forced to capture the knight on d6. Knight takes d6, bishop takes d6, and now does he go rook d8?
He could try to create some chances, Tanya, but it looks super bleak for him. I think the game has gone completely off rails. He just didn't understand how to play this position after the opening, and that's what has gone wrong for him. And he ended up spending a lot of time. Again, it's just 17 moves, but he spent almost 14 minutes. And it's also very uncharacteristic of Mitrava, who likes to play fast. And he goes with the bishop to e5, trying to get this rook towards g5, rook at e5, rook g5. But I think it can, Vantika can just take this bishop into e5, rook into e5, and go for something safe here. Yeah, she takes the bishop, rook into e5, and now I can imagine a number of safe moves. I think even something like bishop into h5, exchanging this way, it looks a bit it's not very instinctive to give up your bishop like this against the knight, but I think the more pieces you trade, the closer white is towards a win. And something like bishop g4 is also tempting to me, trading the bishop and getting the queen to g4. But you do have to watch out for rook g5 related stuff.
Yeah, maybe you could also just put your bishop on f3. It's a nice little square which develops the bishop to a point where you're defending d5, you're sort of defending your king. Everything is under control and you just have an extra pawn. But it comes down to, will Vantika be able to convert this to a point? And remember, the most difficult thing about chess is winning a winning position. She did have an advantage against Arjun, but she needs to keep her precision up. And I think big moment for Vantika here. But do you want to just jump back to our tournament leader, Sri, because that's the big game for right now?
Indeed, Tanya. That's a big game, and Leon is down to 30 seconds. He's down to just 30 seconds. And these are situations where you have to be really skillful in setting your opponent with problems. And what I noticed again in the first leg of the Indian Chess Tour was that Leon got into these situations in most of his games, but he managed to win more than half of those games. So people kept underestimating him when he got into this territory, and people kept taking outrageous risks which were not warranted in these situations. But Leon, he has a cool head. He has a training to play with less than 30 seconds. He's just not going to blunder and give things away. He's just not going to panic and make a terrible move. He's going to make these safe moves. He knows how to play with less time. So Ronak, although he is in a nice situation, he needs to find a way to set concrete problems to Leon.
And take a look at the clock. Ronak also running down below 3 minutes, but he's got about a 3-minute advantage, really. And he's playing on seconds now, Sri. A complicated position, like you mentioned. We don't expect him to blunder and leave pieces hanging, but it just looks like the game is just starting. You know, it's still so much stuff to do. And wow, Leon offers a queen trade. Now, I'm a little surprised with that option because it just felt like he does have a bit of counterplay going on the queen side, you know, with threats of a6 or ideas down the b file. But here Leon says that he's happy to trade the queens. Slightly surprised, but I think the point is that if you take queen takes f7, bishop takes f7, you're forced to now take the bishop on g3 because knight f6 runs into bishop e5.
Yes, Tanya, but I don't think Ronak will mind that one bit, taking the bishop on g3, because now look at the pawn structure of white. It's what he did, and look at this. Look at this. It's just not how you want your pawn structures to look. It's the exact opposite of it. And I think this was Queen f7 was a bit of a panic move from Leon's perspective. He just wanted to, you know, keep things safe. But now he's landed in this terrible endgame where black has the pair of bishops and a much superior pawn structure. And the evaluation bar also kind of echoes that opinion. It gives a big advantage for black because all the strategic aspects are in black's favor.
I fully agree with you. And I think that's what it comes down to, right? These players, they're so strong. Yes, they won't leave their pieces hanging, but very often when you've got 15 seconds on the clock, such a rich position, positional mistakes and strategic mistakes can happen. And they can build up to get a position which is not immediately lost, but in the long run, it's a nightmare to play. And that's what happened with a move like Queen f7. You're playing on 10 seconds, you just, out of panic, trade the queens, but a big strategic positional error. And now bishop to g6, you hit the f5 pawn, but it's very well guarded. The only thing that I think Leon can try is to try to get that knight to c4, try and land it on d6. I don't see that plan working out. Imagine black's king on c7. It will be so beautifully placed. Also, watch out for that bishop on g6. Yes, you defend it with h5, but there's little scope to improve it from g6 now.
Yes, it's kind of a prisoner in the enemy's camp, and it is kind of a bit. It is a bit annoying for black that it keeps an eye on f5, kind of making black commit 2 of his pieces to the f5 pawn. But on the other hand, black has enough resources to do that without stretching it thin, so it shouldn't bother Ronak too much, and he has to, I think, just take things a bit slow for the moment. Get his pieces out.
Doesn't like what he's just done. He's gone rook f8, and it seems to say that, you know what, after this move, white is fine. But he's got 25 seconds. Okay, and Leon goes rook f2. So he's just trying to double up on the f file to keep the pressure on the on the pawn. Black never wants to make the move f4 because then the knight from d2 can jump to e4.
Black, yes, exactly, Tanya. And white also has these options to play something like e4 and try and improve his pawn structure, because you're getting rid of an isolated pawn, and if black plays f4 himself, then you're getting rid of this g pawn, which is one of the double pawns. But also, when you have too less time, you generally don't make any of these committal moves. You try to keep status quo, because you just don't have enough time to compute how exactly it would favor you, the change on the character of the position. And I think this is the one of the biggest challenges for Leon. So he's going to kind of play within himself now, bring his rook to f1, I guess, next move, knight to b3, and keep things stable for the moment. But I don't expect him to make any big changes. And this also kind of works in Ronak's favor. Now knight b3 with the idea of getting the knight to c5. Ronak plays king to c7 to meet knight c5 with bishop c8. And you get these things and you try to make white think, make white make a decision. That is what black has to try and do, but it's not easy to find a way to do that. And Ronak is probably getting a bit perturbed about losing control of the position.
Well, he's definitely lost control of the clock here. If you see, he's down to almost the same time as Leon. He finds the idea that you were mentioning, Sri, not an easy idea to find, where you need to come back with the bishop to defend that b7 pawn, pass the ball to your opponent and say, you're down to 20 seconds, make your move. I still have the two bishops. Your pawn structure is still pretty hideous. And but looking at the last few moves, one gets the feeling that Leon has picked up the momentum. He's definitely improved the position of his pieces. The knight is now on c5. And I think Ronak needs to be careful to not let it slip out of his hands.
Absolutely, Tanya. And it's not easy to do this. It's so easy to lose control in a situation like this. But I think slowly and steadily he's improving his position. He can play b6, trade these pawns, the a5 pawn, which was looking really nice for white, controlling a lot of squares. So b6, ab6, ab6, and then you have to defend the e5 pawn for now. So I think the progress has to be a bit slow from Ronak. He doesn't need to do anything instantly. He doesn't need to, he doesn't need to force things. He needs to give options to Leon, make him think, and that's when people go wrong, when they have options.
Very nice, which is what we saw with that move queen f7, which was played trading the queens. So knight d3, attacking the e5 pawn. Moves like e4 are just so committal. Yes, they open up that bishop on g7, which could c3, but you give up this big square on f4, and you don't want to take such decisions when you're playing on seconds. Keep the tension, which is why he chooses another way. He goes king d6 defending, but then this allows the rook to come to d1, targeting that king on d6. And Ronak says, I'm safe on e6. I'm not threatening anything, but once again, I just keep all the trumps in the position. Meanwhile, Leon continues to put pressure, and I like his approach, Sri. He's attacking b6. Remember, b5, provoking the move b5 means knight c5 check will always be in the air. He can now come back rook d1 and threaten knight c5 check.
Yes, I think Leon is playing expertly in time trouble. He's not, he's making these little improving moves. He's, just keeping options where he can pose trouble for black without really spoiling anything for himself. Rook on f2, bishop on g6, doing their jobs, tying down black's pieces to the f5 pawn. And on the other side, he's creating counterplay. He's creating inroads. So he's provoked the c5 square. And now with rook a1, he's threatening rook to a7 as well. And now it's Ronak who has less time. And it's Ronak who's under pressure.
9 seconds on the clock for Ronak. And also we see a lot of shift in their body language. A couple of moves ago, it was Leon who was shaking his head. And now it's Ronak who's shaking his head. He finally decides to commit with e4, trying to open up that monster bishop on g7. But this gives a big hole on f4 for white's knight to jump on. Knight f4 coming in with the check. King d6. The rook enters to a7. This is turning around. Ronak has lost control of the position.
Absolutely, Tania. Ronak has lost control of the position, and now any three results are possible. And it's no longer Ronak dictating things. And now I think I was expecting something like rook d2 check, but Leon goes with rook h7, and now he can even pick up the pawn, right, with rook and h6.
That's a very direct approach, just trying to get onto that h6 pawn, and then suddenly that h pawn can be an absolute monster. Rook d6 with new ideas. Bishop on c3. The c3 pawn is attacked. Rook d1 check, trying to create counterplay. Imagine if black's rooks double on the first rank. White's king is on h2. There could be a potential mate on h1. So white needs to be a little careful. After rook d1, I think white has to challenge the rook with rook f1. And then black can go rook d2.
Yes, the most direct approach, and it's also an option for black to try and attack the weak pawns. And oh, he goes king c4. Understandable move, king c4, but I'm not really. It feels too slow to me.
King c4, because bishop c3 just feels like if you trade that bishop on c3 for this passive knight on e2, it's what Leon wants. I don't know if that's the way Ronak wants to go, because I love that bishop on h8. It ties down that knight. It can also attack the e3 pawn with ideas of bishop f6, bishop g5 someday. But Leon for now threatening with that h pawn advance. h6 is a possibility.
Yes, h6 is a possibility. He goes knight d4 first and attacks the f5 pawn, but it's really scary, this h pawn. And I think the game has totally turned towards Leon's way. He's in the driver's seat. It looks bad for Ronak.
Knight d4, and now you're threatening the f5 pawn. You're threatening to pick up knight e6, rook e6, bishop f7 in the air, pinning that rook on e6. And he decides not to go for bishop d4, which is what I was expecting to neutralize.
But now you can just take the f5 pawn, yes?
Take the f5 pawn. Take the f5 pawn. He goes
back knight e2.
That's
for some reason, he believed his opponent. He believed that probably knight into f5 was not working for some reason, and he just takes the knight back to e2. Wow.
And this again shifts, because this also shows the mind state that Leon is in. It almost seems like he's happy to be
rook into f5. Rook into f5 is so nice, yeah?
Oh, that's a beautiful spot, Asri, just because the bishop on e6 and Ronak shaking his head. He spots it after playing. The big question, 4 seconds will, and he doesn't go for it.
He doesn't go for it. He missed rook into f5.
Oh,
and I don't think the players look at their opponent's expressions, Tania, during the game. So I don't think Leon got a cue.
They have 3 seconds. They can't look at the expression. They can barely look at the board.
I know, and this is such a big difference between online chess and over-the-board chess, because if it was over-the-board, you sense so much from your opponent's energy and body language. And now Ronak is taking over, Tania. The g3, e3, c3 pawns. It's like the sins you did a long time ago, and now it's catching up in White's position.
Yeah, that's actually a very cool way to put it. It's like karma's back to get you for all those weaknesses that you created early on. And again, the tide has turned in Ronak's favor. He still has 40 seconds on the clock, but such big misses by Leon, and it comes down to not having enough time. A rook f1 played, the bishop on g3 ties one of White's rook to defend the mate on the back rank. So White's rook will always have to be on the first rank here. And black can continue now to pick up these pawns that you've been talking about. Go king takes c3. Also, what he's probably considering is a move like c5. Because king c3, there's knight e2. So I just realized king c3, knight e2 would be an absolute disaster.
Oh, yes, Tania. Yes. It would be an absolute disaster. So he goes c5 first and knight to e6. But now you can maybe just go rook h8 and pick up the h5 pawn. And he goes for it. And Leon is struggling. He just doesn't have pieces coming into the game right now. The c5 is well protected. You can't do something like rook c7, the rook on e7, tied to the e6 knight. You can go knight g7, yes, but I was expecting something like, I think black can just take king into c3 here, and keep marching on. And these pawns, that I can imagine you can even, I can imagine that black can even sacrifice a piece in certain circumstances, because once a king comes to c2, this pawn on b5 will be unstoppable.
Wow, big trouble for Leon, down to 8 seconds now, and he has to move the rook. Bishop d6 played. Also has to watch out, rook e8, a trade offered, but he can just go rook h7. And then he probably wants to take knight f5, yeah? But knight f5, rook h5.
No, there's a check
knight
here.
d6,
So
rook d6, rook e4.
yeah, everything loses. I mean, everything is low. He does play rook h7, but after knight into f5, he needs to have something strong here, Tania.
What's the idea here? Because knight d6 is in the air, no?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, rook into f5. Rook into f5 instead. Rook into f5, knight into f5, and bishop c7, and the evaluation bar changes again because black and white can play h6 now.
Oh wow, h6 first before you take the pawn, and king c3, you just go rook e7?
Yes, you have to back the h6 pawn. And I think what changed in this situation, Tania, black had to play this move bishop h2 check. You had to take off this monster h5 pawn, which was not possible to find with such little time. And now this h6 pawn is alive, rook g8 with the idea of rook g7, bishop e5, but you have this h pawn and black has this b pawn. It's going to be a race between these two pawns. Rook into g4, rook into e4. Yes, you can take all these pawns, but ultimately it comes down to the
G4,
h pawn
G5.
against the b pawn.
He's got to start pushing the g pawn, but it just looks like the b pawn might be faster. This is what you call a pawn race. And look at our eval bar saying that both sides are doing fine. Of course, while they are playing, they have no idea what is going on here.
You can't stop the b pawn. The bishop on c3 covers the h8 square, so you can go b2 and b1 check with queens, and b1 queens will check, and the white pawn will be stuck on h7 because the h8 square is covered. And this is why you always have a bishop in these kind of situations. The bishop can support your pawn, and you can also prevent the enemy pawn. He takes rook into h6, g7 is covered, b2, b1 is incoming, and I think Ronak is going to take this at the end of such an exciting game.
This was a total roller coaster ride, no? Just so up and down. What a big fight by Leon after coming into so much trouble in the opening, but being resourceful, so many ups and downs, missed chances. But this is what this format is about. And now Ronak back in control. The g6 pawn is stopped by the bishop. He has a queen. I think I'm expecting resignation pretty soon on this one. But there was a moment where it seemed that white could have maintained balance, and maybe chat can inform us what was missed, because probably there was a way to stop the b pawn, but I'm not sure how it was. It wasn't that obvious. Leon didn't spot it. Chat, tell us, how could that position have been defended? He goes rook g4, still playing on, but hard to imagine that there's anything that really can be created in this position.
Yes, and black can start rolling up the c pawn now. So queen b7 check, something like this will stop the g7 pawn, and he plays king d3, attacking the e3 pawn, and starts advancing with c4. So
and g7 isn't possible anyway, because you can take bishop g7, rook g7, queen b2 check, and pick up that rook on g7.
Oh yeah, you could do this right away as well. True. Nice one.
He goes knight f5, so really trying to get that g7 in. Okay, this move makes some sense, asks questions, because once the pawn gets to g7, then it might start getting tricky. And if white is able to get that bishop for the pawn, again, black has to prove the advantage.
Yes, but black has enough time to, he has enough time, more than enough time to take care of all these threats, and he just stops all of it with bishop g7 right now. And the g6 pawn is stopped, and the c pawn has a way to go all the way through now.
Very practical play here by black, just making sure there's no g7 here. Ever white's rook on... What happened?
Vantika ended up losing her game against Mitrova, I just noticed.
Okay, well, this one's going to finish soon. Let's just stick to that, and then we'll probably have a couple of minutes and we can go through a few games, because I had my eye out on the other games. Even Abhimanyu Puranik's game against Surya Shekhar Ganguly looked absolutely insane. So we'll probably take a look at that when we've got a couple of minutes.
And Tania, we have results on all the 7 games today.
Decisive
There's
results,
not a single
yeah?
draw. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Decisive results on all the 7 games today. And I was so shocked.
The players woke up and chose violence. You know that
on the
means
board.
Yes, on the board. Chess players are cool like that. Queen e5,
That's the
g7,
only way.
and now you just go queen g8 and the c pawn that you've been mentioning. Once you stop the g pawn, the c pawn is unstoppable, and that would be game over. Ronak, once again, keeping up that momentum, keeping it going, is going to take this one home. And I don't think this is going to be a commentator's curse.
I don't think so either, Tania. Meanwhile, there's also another live game going on between Abhijit and Karthikeyan, which is also about to end. So
3 seconds. Okay, king h3. And yeah, the plan is pretty clear. Do you want to shift to that one?
Either way works for me. But I think this one's over. The C pawn is going all the way, and it's pretty clear.
I mean, the only thing I think one can hope for in these positions, is somehow a mouse slip or something. But even that's hard to imagine because there are no pieces. I mean, black just wants to keep pushing the pawn.
Mouse slips, disconnections. He just wants to go king g5, king h6, rook f6,
No, he's
rook
going
f8.
to resign. He's going to resign, I think.
No, I don't think Leon resigns so quickly. He fights till the end.
So king g5, king h6. Yeah, that's your idea.
Yeah.
And then let's just show that with the arrows. But
because if you started with king h5, then black had queen h7 check, and you just lose this pawn.
Nice.
So he goes rook to g6, and he's trying to get his king to support the pawn so that he can try and queen his pawn, his only trump card. And Ronak just calculates all the way through. He takes like 30-40 seconds and makes sure he has enough time to queen his pawn first before.
It's going to come in with a check once your king is on h6.
Absolutely. But you could go the other way, king f6, rook h6, rook h8. But either way, I think it's going to be...
yeah, king c1. So let's say you go king f6, he'll go c2, rook h6.
And now one check in between, queen d8 check.
Let's give a check. And let's say you go king f7.
I think we have messed up things a bit already.
Have we messed it up? Oh, he's gone king h6. I'm slightly surprised with that choice because now you could just move the king and queen next because that's a check.
Yeah, now it's, I think, pretty straightforward. And game over after king b1. But he just wants to start giving checks after this. And now he goes rook c6. This is his idea. So he's got a king on h6. He's defended the g7 pawn. And now he's like, whenever your king comes out, I'm going to start checking you non-stop. So how are you going to prevent that? This is
Leon is fighting.
Ronak is
it felt like a position that you can resign on, but he's fighting.
Yes, he's fighting on, and it's just not easy to beat these kids. King d2, and the comp doesn't like that, Tania.
What?
Maybe it's not over yet.
What? Okay, honestly, I'm not a superstitious person, and I never truly from my heart believed in any such thing as a commentator's curse, but I'm questioning my own belief systems right now.
Why did you do that, Tania?
Do not put this on me. Okay, but king d2 is such a natural move, Sri. How do you not play king d2? And what? Oh my, chess is just sometimes unbelievable. I mean, it was
actually not that easy to find a way to win. That's what I understood once I spent a bit of time in this position. I didn't see a clear-cut way for black here, Tania. I think the computer could show us the way, but it was not so easy for a human. And now we are kind of circling around. Rook f6 takes us back to the first position.
Are you calling this a fortress, Sri?
1 minute fortress, a 30-second fortress. No, but now that Ronak has a bit of time and he's completed one circle, it's Leon's decision whether he wants to play the rook to c6 or rook to f6. If he goes back rook f6, it gives Ronak one more chance to find the win.
G6. Is that better than rook f6?
Oh, yes, rook g6 is better because with the rook on f6, the black queen was free. For example, you go rook f6, the black queen can come out. And now after rook f8, you just need to make sure you exactly. I think this was the way. And now you just play king to d1.
Maybe not d1 because then you'll have a check on g1. So you go king to b2. Oh, but
true. Although you queen with a check. Yeah,
that's true.
King b2 also should win, but yeah. Now some rook b8 check and the variation goes on. But yeah, rook g6. Now Leon understood he cannot let the black queen free itself, and now he goes with the rook to g6, and he's saved his game.
King d2. Oh my! Wow. Is this a draw?
It's a draw. And Ronak is not happy.
Ronak throwing his hands in the where he can't believe it that it's a threefold repetition. I can't believe it's a threefold repetition. Oh my God, what did we just witness?
It happened for the first time here when the position reached here for the first time, and there was rook d6 check, and it happened for the second time out here just after king d2, rook d6 check, and it was the third time, the photographic repetition. And that's just so annoying for Ronak, but to be fair, I think it was a draw. I think this position was already a draw after rook g6.
1 second. I don't care about what it's like to be fair. Black has a queen. Black's second pawn is queening. White's pawn on g7 is stopped. And it turns out that this is a fortress. I mean, this itself is a mind-blowing situation in chess.
Absolutely, Tania. And we had totally written off Leon. The chat is going like Tania's curse. I mean, it's a chat. I'm not putting anything.
Do not put this on me, chat. I still can't get over what we've just seen. How and where I have so many questions. Okay, can we just back up and see what was the win? Firstly, that Ronak missed. And Sri, if you can check with the engine if the last position is actually a draw.
So the evaluation bar here went completely equal, Tania. So I think rook g6 already here it's a draw. And backing up a bit, it seems so that this was the point where Ronak had to find the best way, and moving the queen out anywhere would have won for black here. But I think the most precise way to do it would have been to get the queen to c4. Not an easy move to make, but you just have to get the queen out and then take the king. Because if you did that directly, then there was this rook d6, rook c6 check, the non-stop checks. So just take the c6 square away from the rook, and then you give up this queen for this pawn, and you make a new queen. I think this was the way to do it.
This is amazing stuff. And I think how you explain queen c4 is simply that one, it takes control of the c file. So white's rook isn't able to come to c6 to stop that c2 pawn from queening. Plus you control that f1 square. So there's no rook f1 check. And it means that Ronak had this one moment when the queen was free, when white's rook was not on f6, that he had this chance to free up the queen. But once both players realized, and especially, I mean, Leon, kudos to Leon, to find that he needs to go back to g6. He needs his rook on g6. Let's just play up a little bit up to that point when after giving the checks, he went rook to g6, making sure that Ronak's queen is stuck on g8. And to me, it's just unbelievable that this position is not winning for black. But as you pointed out, our eval bar confirms it, that it indeed is a fortress and there is no way for black to improve.
What a turnaround. And again, we had just written off this game, but amazing turnaround. And we don't have even enough time to have our mind blown and process it, because the next game has already begun. We have kickoff on a few of the moves of a few of the games in the next round 5. And Deeptyan takes on Arjun Erigasi, Aradhya takes on Arvind, Karthikeyan against Harsha Bhattakoti, and only the games between Mitraba won't play against Gukesh. Only the games of Ronak against Vishak and Ganguly against Leon hasn't started yet. All the other games on.
I'm still reeling from what we just witnessed. I mean, I can't get my head around that game and around that last position. For me, been playing chess for so many years, I've never seen a position like that, which actually white just holds, especially because black's pawn was on c2. But like you said, no time to process this. We will get to the openings. But Sri, before that, we have a really fun contest for our viewers. Should we bring that on?
Oh, yeah, sure. Which contest are you talking about? Which one?
Look at Sri just pretending like he has no idea. Chat, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. But it is our quiz. It's our quiz giveaway, and we have got 5 questions. 5 questions. Chat, you have to answer these questions correctly. And I think the first person to answer the question correctly, the first 2 people to answer the question correctly, so 2 winners, are going to get some really cool prizes. I've actually got them with me. So the 2 winners will get a 3-month premium membership on Chess24. But that's not all. You also win this very cool bag. It's a Chessable bag. Do you see it, Sri?
Oh, yes. How come I didn't get this bag?
Yeah, it's just for special people. So you guys,
I'm
by
going to
the way,
participate in the giveaway too.
you can't participate in the giveaway. You're
So
the
unfair.
person who came up with half the questions, so you can definitely not participate with the giveaway. But this is the bag, and by the way, I've been traveling with this bag a lot. I've been putting my chess pieces in this. It's a very cool travel
It
bag.
looks so nice.
Looks damn hot. I love it. Not just this, the two winners will also win the FFL Cup. Trust me, this cup makes every morning better. Have your morning cup of whatever you want in this cup, and you're going to have a fab day. So, and a 3-month membership. So let's have the questions on our screen, but let's tell our viewers what they have to do as well. You have to tweet your answers to these 5 questions, and the first 2 to get them right, all 5 questions have to be answered correctly, win a 3-month membership plus the FFL Cup plus a very cool Chessable bag.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the question 3.
Who is the 3rd youngest grandmaster in the history of the game? Now, that's the first question. And that's not an easy one to answer because we have youngest grandmasters playing all around this tournament. And who was the first Indian to qualify to the Champions Chess Tour knockouts? That's also not an easy one. Who won the bronze medal in the Under-14 Girls World Youth Championship 2016? Do you know the answers to all of this, Tania?
I know. I think I do know the answers to these, but they're not easy. And chat, speed is of the essence. Time is of the essence. So just quickly go on Twitter and answer these questions. The 4th question: which chess opening is played by the Cowboys?
I was not going to read it out.
Yeah, which is why I took over. Which player was a second to Vishy Anand in the World Championship matches? Well, which player who's playing in this event was a second to Vishy Anand in World Championship matches? Of course, he's had many, many seconds. So these are the 5 questions. Remember to tag Chess24 on your tweets and use the hashtag MPL Chess Champions. It's MPL Chess Champions is the hashtag tag Chess24 on Twitter with the answer to these 5 questions, and you could win 2 winners. Will get a 3-month premium membership plus the FFL Cup, which, well, does make mornings better the whole day, really. And my favorite Chessable bag to put in lots of stuff, whatever you want in there. How did I do with all the plugins?
You were amazing, but it was also because of how good the bag looked.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Maybe I should just commentate like this for the rest of the event.
It reminds me of Joey's bag. Tania comes with a bag.
Also tell us in chat, would you rather see the bag or would you rather see us over here? And chat, definitely go on Twitter. Remember to use the hashtag MPL Chess Champions and tag Chess24. We will pick up 2 winners and we'll announce them tomorrow on our broadcast.
Awesome. And I don't think we've missed a lot of chess action here, Tania, but there's one game in which the pawn has already advanced to h4. But that's kind of routine now these days, isn't it? Nihal has the white pieces against Vantika, and it started out with this Tarish opening, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, d5. But it turns out, it seems like Nihal seems better prepared than Vantika in this game as well. And it seems like c into d5, knight into d5, e4, knight into c3, b into c3, c5. All standard moves, but this exact thing can happen with knight f3, d5, knight c3, c5 included, with the knight on f3 and knight on f6. And the difference between this and what happened in the game is white has this additional option of starting with rook b1, which is a completely different variation, and rook b1, bishop e7, knight f3, short castle, and now there's this variation with h4, which I believe was introduced in one of the candidates matches with Kamnik with the black pieces, and he lost pretty quickly. It's a nasty opening to phase over the board. h4, and Vantika went into a long think after this move, knight to d7, and now bishop d3. And once again, a long thing from Vantika here, almost close to 3 minutes. And she's out of book. Nihal is well prepared. And Nihal, who won his earlier game, and he's at 11 out of 15, is all set to cement his lead. He's in the joint lead right now with Ronak, and looks all set, looks to have great chances to cement his lead. And let's see if my jinx works, if I do jinx or not, Tania. If it's just me or if it was actually yours.
I did not jinx anything. That position was just looked so winning, Sri. I can't believe you're putting that down to me. But you know what? I'll take it on. I'll take it on. I think we'll see how this goes. I'm still trying to not be superstitious, but damn, the fact that that game actually ended in a draw, in a position that just felt like such a brilliant game played by both sides, very resourceful play. And in the end, it just looked like Ronak was going to take that point home and extend his lead further. It ended in a draw. I'm still in disbelief about that. Let's continue. Let's continue with our opening tour and see how the other games have progressed as well. Let's take a look.
So far, this has been the game with the most exciting position, Tania. In the game of Deeptan against Arjun, we do have this pawn on e4. Deeptan, a very solid player. He likes to play this English opening, and he has his setups and he keeps it solid. So he started out with 1 c4, e5, and now g3. Slightly less theoretical than 2 knight c3 setups. g3, knight f6, bishop g2. This is one of the most standard positions, and it is basically reverse Sicilian. The Sicilian defense starts with 1 e4, c5, knight f3, and if we look, let's say the knight goes to c6, and if we look at that position with this position, it's the exact opposite. Black went e5, knight to f6, and now the most common move is d5, and in the Sicilian defense, the most common move is 3 d4. So we have this exact reverse, but black has the option to start with h6, not commit d5, so that when white goes knight to c3, black can get bishop b4, which is the Rossolimo Sicilian, and what white does when he doesn't want to go to these setups with 3 d4. There are a lot of these setups with bishop b5, and similarly, there's a setup with bishop b4 with almost the exact pawn structure. Deeptan decides not to enter into this theoretical complex position and goes for something like d3. But this just gives a very nice center for black, which is what happened in the game. He traded the bishops, and now the pawn to c6, the other pawn, he first starts with d6 to support it and get e4 under better circumstances. And in the live position, which we have right now, Arjun has this really nice and strong pawn on e4, which gives him a lot of space in the king side and allows him to get more initiative. Queen e6, bishop h3, cement this pawn with d5. And this f3 square is a big weakness because of how the e4 pawn controls things.
Nicely explained there, Sri. Also, let's take a look at Arvind's board. He did beat Diptyan in the last round. So he's had 4 wins so far in the event and 1 loss to Harsha. Definitely a very in-form Arvind, a very motivated one as well. And what do we make of this? Well, let's just back up, because quite an interesting opening approach there by him. If we just start from the beginning, and we see in the queen's pawn opening, after d4, d5, c4, Arvind chose knight to c6. It's not an opening that we see very often. I think pretty much every other move, e6, c6, are moves that we see a lot more common. And knight c6, can you tell us a little bit about this? Because you know him well. Is this something that you've seen him employ before?
Well, Arvind's known to play a lot of these off. Yes, exactly, Tania. This is a Chigorin defense, and recently it's more popularly known as the cheeky Chigorin. It's a course by Abhijit Gupta and Sahaj for Chessable.
Nice.
And it's a pretty interesting line. It goes back all the way to the 19th century. Mikhail Chigorin was one of the best players in the history of chess, and it's named after him. Black goes directly for the control of the center, the c4 and d4 pawns. And Arvind's no stranger to playing these offbeat openings. You know, he has started the games with something like knight f3 and rook g1 and stuff like this. So he plays anything in the opening. I think he's a bit of a precursor for Magnus Carlsen himself in playing complete nonsense in the openings. But it does give a good center to white. this move knight c6, and white can get an advantage. So Aradhya just plays knight f3, one of the setups which give an advantage. Bishop g4, knight to c3, e6, and here Aradhya kind of just decided to play it safe. He decided to go for the most stable setup with bishop f4 and bishop g3. Just get his pieces out and develop. And the position we have on the live board now with after queen b3 and c6, I think Arvind would be quite happy out of the outcome, because you don't normally take equality for granted in the Chigorin defense, and he's got an objectively equal position. And he's not only got that, but I think he's also got an equal position with some imbalance in complexity. The pawn structure is a bit different. These pawns on g3 and g2. Aradhya takes the b7 pawn, but now Arvind will just take the b2 pawn. And I think there is enough left in this position to have just a little bit of complexity that Arvind will want to try and win this game. Oh, wait, are they repeating?
Maybe.
Oh.
I mean, now it just looks like you sacrifice these pawns, and then white in turn just has to, you don't have a good square. I mean, you could go queen a6, but it doesn't really help, because after rook a8, you still have to come back to b7.
Yeah, but I totally didn't expect this from Arvind, but I think also
commentators curse. No, but I completely get it. But with the black pieces, very often these are difficult decisions that you need to make. You're also sort of hoping and expecting that maybe white won't go for this. And is there an option to keep the game going? For example, let's say white goes queen a7, and you decide to keep the game going with rook to b2. You might just end up
on
in
further
positions which are worse
reflection,
for you.
Tania. Sorry, you're saying?
It might just end up worse for you, because
Exactly,
pawn,
Tania.
the a pawn, you don't have an attack that's built up. The c6 pawn is weak. White can just start pushing the a pawn already. I don't see rook b2 as an option. I do see Arvind slowing down, though. It also goes on to show he's not happy with the outcome. Aradhya, one of the underdogs in the event, one of the lowest seeds in the event, definitely a target for the guys who are looking to win the whole thing. And he wants to keep the game going, but it's going to be too big a gamble to take on b2.
Yeah, he just doesn't have anything in the position right now to keep the game going. Maybe an outlandish way to try and keep the game going is to try and whip up something on the king side, bishop at f3, j to f3, h5, h4. But this is the kind of risk you would take only if you're in a must win situation, Otherwise, it's a big risk to take in general. The situation doesn't warrant that at all.
He's going for something. He's going for a move. What do you think, Sri? Is he going to keep it going, or will we see a result right now?
I think it's going to be a draw, Tania. What do you think?
I'm not going to say anything anymore, ever. I quit.
Come on, Tania. Come on. It's not a real thing. Jinxing.
Okay, Chad, what do you think? What's going to happen here? Is Arvind going to go for rook 8, or will we see some... because it feels like too big a gamble. It feels like you're really taking on a worse position to get that point. It's not even just positionally or strategically worse, you're down a pawn.
Yes, you're down a pawn.
And very pawn, that too.
Aradhya is also not... he's thinking, but Aradhya is also incredibly underrated, He's 2275, but he has completed all his 3 IM norms, and he's an IM elect. And I think his approx rating should be around 2450. And he had also won the National Junior Championship in 2019, which is the most unfortunate year to win anything, Tania, 2019.
Yeah. Just because there's so many opportunities that come your way once you have a result like that. But then with the pandemic starting, just everything stopped.
Exactly. But what a long thing by Arvind.
And
how would you react? How do you react if he...
Yeah, go on.
Exactly. How do you react if he spends like 5 minutes here and then ends up making a repetition?
No, we move on to another game is how we react. But the point is that the more he thinks, the more one gets the feeling that he's looking for a way. Okay, he's going for it. I kind of have a feeling he went for the mouse. Rook 8, or he might just trade and go h5, or will he pick up on b2? I I don't know why, but I think he might continue because he's just had such a long think here.
And he goes for rook a8.
Okay. Wrong once again, chat.
Tanya, if
Okay,
you ever commentate when I'm playing, please keep in mind to always talk about how losing I am, regardless of the position.
thanks, Sri. I appreciate your faith in me, or the lack of it. I'm not sure which one. But but yes, guys, this looks like it's heading for a draw. It's very interesting what you said. Now, usually with the black pieces, to come out of a quick game, you've got 4 games to play, and to have a quick draw like this without having, oh my god, guess what? Guess
Wow. No, but I think he's going to go rook b8, rook 8 anyway here.
What was it? He thought he wouldn't take gf3, and that's the chance he's taking.
No, I think he just wants to delay the inevitable. Sometimes, you have to do something, but you keep postponing it. You just don't want to accept it. And then I think that's what is happening. Do you relate to it, Tanya?
I relate to it in a lot of life situations. See,
exactly.
You want to just delay the inevitable sadness of something, even though you know it's coming. But you know what? All jokes apart, I think Aradhya, he made his opening choice. He has played it accurately. At the end of it, of course, it's Arvind's call to make here. Will he play for more in a position that's clearly worse for him, or will he take the draw? But what I wanted to make a point was that these openings, right? He played the Chigarin here, which is a dubious opening to start with. Well, dubious might be too much, but it's not a very conventional mainline theory. But then again, in modern times, what is conventional anymore? What is mainline anymore? You got Magnus playing starting with a4, starting with h4, and it just feels like, there's still chess to play for after these openings. But Sri, just imagine what an incredible time we live in, that we can choose one opening, and then we've got grandmasters who are just giving out the best information on these opening in ways of courses. Let's say I want to play the Chigarin after watching this. Black has no problems. Black is doing great. I just go and I pick up the course by Abhijit and Sahaj. And that's all it takes for me to prepare this line. And this was never possible. It was unthinkable 5 years ago. And just how Chessable has actually transformed the way youngsters and these talents across the world and chess players across the world are preparing for games.
Absolutely, Tanya. I couldn't agree more with it. I think, one of the biggest changes in practical chess I faced was when I faced these highly well-prepared people, especially with the black pieces. And for a long time, I could just expect them not to be well-prepared with white at all. But then when the opening book started becoming mainstream and they started becoming good with, all the cutting throat analysis and technologies. I think, for example, there was this series by Parimarjan, 1E4 series, which really changed a lot of things because people were just...
Sri, I'm really sorry to interrupt, and we're going to continue this talk, but can we just quickly switch over to the Nehal Vantika board? While, we will get back to this because it's such an important point about how things are changing and preparation and chess is changing. But take a look at this. Vantika is down to 2 minutes. Nehal has advanced all the pawns to h5, g5, crashing through black's king side. What do you make of this? The knight on g4 is trapped. This looks busted for black.
It was an incredibly difficult opening to defend against Tania with this h4, this move, which was very strong. And in a rapid game, I think Vantika was up against it and she just didn't know how to react, which is, again, it's not easy to go back and say where she could have played better, because even with Stockfish, it's not so easy to deal with that position. And she chose to defend passively. She kind of chose to put her pieces near her king, but the king has no space to escape, and white is crashing through because of this.
Sri, very quickly, can we just go through the moves? We won't take too long because Vantika's down to a minute, but how did white even reach this crushing position?
Well, it started with h4 right here, and Vantika decided to try and strike back in the center with e5. But here you are not really forcing anything because white can just close the center with d5. And now after this, he just goes c4 and cements this. So I think already this knight d7 and e5 was not a great decision by Vantika. She went wrong right here. And after d5 and c4, it's just so dominant for white. The center is closed. He's getting h5, g4, and all the other things on the other side, and there's no one to stop it. So c4, bishop to d6, the pawn goes to h5. And here Vantika played h6 to prevent the pawn from advancing. But this creates more weaknesses, g4 and g5 coming right in. And now there's a hook and the g file gets opened by force. But Nihal doesn't need to take g to h6 right away. He can also start with rook g1 because this knight has no squares right now. So for example, in this position after queen d2, rook g8, white can even play something like bishop f1 and bishop h3, and this knight has no squares to go to. The knight is trapped. And I think this just adds to the pile of miseries for black. She has an exposed king, a vulnerable king, and also this knight on g4, which is totally abandoned in an enemy territory.
It really does look like a lot of problems for black here. The rook on g8, not ideally placed, but what could she have done to fight the g file? The king on h7, not looking weak, but white still has to find a way to break through. Nihala's got 12 minutes and he's trying to come up with ideas here. And one of the things that I would really want to do with white here is try to get to that knight on g4. Because if black is forced to take on g5 to create an escape route, then black's king is busted. Imagine a position with h takes g5, knight g5 check coming in, f7 under fire, the king under fire. So the plan of trying to get to the knight on g4 is really what seems to be super tempting. Do you spot a way for white to be able to do that?
Yes, Tanya, like you can just go bishop f1 here, for example.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's really nice, actually.
Bishop f1, bishop h3.
Yeah. Super nice. And you hit that knight on g4. This makes a lot of sense. But once again, right, it's retreating moves that are so hard. Because I was actually trying to come up with a way and I couldn't see one. I was trying to make bishop e2 work. But the problem with bishop e2 is that when you attack the knight, you have to move your own knight. And that's not something that you want. Because where are you going to find a good square for this knight as well? Although maybe still questions to be answered after bishop e2. But bishop f1, bishop h3 seems very clean. But do you think Nihal will be able to spot this idea?
I think he can spot this idea. I think it's not so difficult, but the thing is, initially you're trying to find ways to crash into the king, to get your pieces to the king. So it will take a bit of time to move on from that and to realize that there is a smarter way to set problems for black. But once he's able to get down to that, I think he's going to be able to find it. And talking about crashing through, Tanya, Ronak, who had such a super disappointing result in the previous round, has crashed through against Vishak.
Wow, wait, there's a queen on for white, and I don't see black's queen is missing from the board. So once again, Ronak has an extra queen, but I'm not going to predict anything.
Yeah, Ronak might be having PTSD from being a queen up, but this one's has a lot of other pieces. It's a middle game, yeah. It's not the end game, and the chances of fortress is so much lesser.
Let's quickly see how he managed to win a queen against, well, one of the top grandmasters of the country.
It actually happened with a bit of carelessness from Vishak's part again. This was a typical Rylopez opening, the d3 setup, d6, knight d5, h6, c3. And when you have this pawn on h6 with the black pieces, the one thing you don't do when white hasn't committed castle yet is to not castle. And he went with it anyway. And this is a big mistake, something people have played so many times and fallen into so many times. The problem with this is it just gives white an easy pass, g4, g5. And Ronak started with knight into f6, queen into f6, bishop d5, bishop b7, and now just g4 and g5, opening up the g file.
So he first deflected that bishop from c8 to b7, forcing it away from the diagonal, clearing up the g4 square, and immediately starts the pawn storm.
Exactly. And once he got this bishop to g5, queen g6, rook g1, the threats were just impossible for black to prevent. There's the discovered attack, another discovered attack, ideas with knight h4, and everything again, everything to defend against for black. And he ended up just sacrificing his queen at this point, bishop into d5, bishop into d8, and now bishop into e4. Because if you move the queen away, white can just play this bishop to f6 and pick up your piece, and you'll be a piece up. You'll not just be a piece up, but there'll be a raging initiative as well. So he starts with bishop into e4, sacrifices the queen to stay alive in the game. But
Not
it's
for long,
such
no?
a... You said it.
No, this does look like it's going to be a very tough one. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to take it on again and say, I think Ronak, this time, as you mentioned, too many pieces on the board. Don't see a fortress happening. Hard to imagine this being anything but a Ronak win so far. By the way, Arvind does continue his game, so he has taken the risk on. Let's quickly jump to that because it's always so interesting to see when a player decides to gamble and to just say that, you know what, yes, I have a safe path and probably what is objectively correct, the demands of the position, but what the tournament demands for me is to win the whole thing. And for that, I need to take risk. But is this calculated risk, or do you think this might backfire?
Arvind has a tendency to do this, Tanya. He has a tendency to keep fighting no matter what, which is why I was incredibly surprised when they were repeating quite early on in the game. So I was kind of expecting, I wouldn't say I was expecting, it's a bit of a surprise, but also it's not totally unexpected from Arvind. And I think the biggest problem for him in this game is the amount of time he spent to take that decision. If he had done it faster, I think it wouldn't affect him so much. But the amount of time he spent to take that decision, I think that can cost him.
Okay. Well, we'll come back. Let's quickly jump over to the Vantika board because a big decision taken at that moment that we were discussing. How should Nehal continue? Let's just back up a few moves and come here really quickly. Instead of bishop f1, Nehal went for the super direct and the absolutely spectacular move. He took on b7, sacrificing an exchange, deflecting that bishop from c8. And after bishop b7, picks up the knight on g4 and says, my attack is too strong. The 8-6 pawn now loses its key defender. G8-6 in the air. Queen d7 was played, hitting that rook, not giving time to take on 8-6. The rook falls back. And now after queen e7, because there really is no good way for black to defend the 8-6 pawn, he took on 8-6. Of course, black cannot allow a white to go hg7 and the queen coming into 8-6. So Vantika has just made the move g6, and she made the move with 3 seconds on the clock.
But Vantika seems to be in dire straits anyway, yeah?
But what's the winning? What's the big blow here? I see the eval bar. It says that Nehal is crushing, but do you see the move?
I don't see the concrete win right away, Tanya, but it feels like there has to be something here. Some knight g5 check or queen g5 even.
Knight g5 is very tempting. So let's say knight g5. You have to go king h8. You can go 8-7 here, hit that rook.
Yeah, but I don't see a way forward in these lines right away, you know.
So 8-7, you just move away, yeah?
Yeah.
I
but
mean, knight f7
having said that,
is not working because you just block it on g7. You take with something and then you just put something on g7.
Even this position, we can go on with white. Even this position is not totally safe for black because these 2 pawns are monsters.
But looking at the current position, this is not what you're aiming for.
Yeah, we don't have to go the Surya way, you know.
Or
we can win the game.
Way.
I like queen g5 here.
Trading queens, wow. Okay, that was
you can't really take the queen because
f7 hangs.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
Nice.
So,
okay, queen g5 is really nice actually, and you can't go f6 because of h takes g6.
Yes, and they made it threat to just take queen to e7 and knight d5.
Super nice actually. So queen g5, you have to make a move like rook e8 perhaps.
Yeah, you can go on with rook e8, and here maybe white can just go somewhere with the queen, I was thinking. But queen g4, there's bishop c8. And I think even here queen takes c7 would be powerful. But maybe we don't need to do this.
I can't.
And
I don't
maybe-
know if Nihal will go for queen g5. Is there something else instead of queen g5 though?
There's queen g5, there's knight g5, and the
G5
third
is
option
tempting,
is
but
to
we can't
just
find a
take on
follow-up, yeah?
g6.
Knight h6. Let's take a look. That's another direct line. So if you go, you have to capture on g6. Let's say rook g6. Then there's knight g5 check.
He goes for knight g5.
He goes knight g5.
He
Oh,
goes
he goes for
h7.
h7. He goes h7. So what was the point? We were thinking that h7 and black just moves the rook away and we couldn't find a follow-up.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to find a follow-up that immediately wins, because the position is also strategically crushing for white. Of course, you can't
5
go rook
seconds.
g7 here, by the way, because of
Makes a move with
h6.
4 seconds on the clock, Sri. With 4 seconds. Yeah, that's a nice little rook trap.
So she had to go rook f8. And now I think even something like takes and knight e6 is crushing for white. You know, you don't need to win immediately.
And let's say you go rook to f6. You can probably
Queen
start bringing your
h6.
queen in. Queen h6. I thought queen g6, is that an option? But then after queen, yeah, maybe queen g6. Oh, sorry, queen h7.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was totally baffled.
I mean, it's
queen
still so
h7
unclear.
is an option.
Yeah. So let's just back up and see rook f8. How can white continue? I really like the knight on e6. Maybe after rook f6, 3. I really like this line. H takes g6, f takes g6, knight e6, rook f6. Instead of getting the queen, let's try and get our bishop to g5. So let's say we make a
That's exactly what I wanted. That's why I went queen to h6, because to attack g6 and bishop to g5. But you are suggesting something like queen e2, right?
Yes, and maybe after queen h7, I might have a very tricky move like queen f1, also threatening rook h3.
I think this should also win, Tania. King g8, rook h3, and then the queen
And
comes
queen
to
h1
h1.
coming in, double up, rook comes to h8, and that's disaster, no?
Yeah, I think this is exactly the way you win with white here. You know, you just
I really
bring
like
more
this
and
line,
more of your
actually.
pieces in.
The
You
more
just
you
need
see
to
it, the more you
empower
like
your
it.
pieces.
He might be going for it. He might knight e6 on the board, rook f6. Will he play? Because queen h6, queen h7, I'm not very sure about. He goes for queen h6. He goes for queen h6 and the eval bar approves. So Sri, queen h7 there's still enough compensation and while white is still winning.
I
Maybe you
think
go
one
queen
simple
h3.
way to win is just something like rook h3, takes, king g8, bishop g5. I think this should win some material at the very least. But maybe he doesn't want to trade queens. Maybe he wants to keep the queens on.
But this looks very clean as well, what you're mentioning. So queen h7 played. And also an idea of queen e3 comes to mind, where again, you want to put your rook on h3. And queen h1 check, you simply move away with the king.
Yes, but I think you, if you
Queen
wanted
h6, queen h6.
okay, now queen h6, now queen h6, now queen h6.
Which
Yeah,
is
this
even
makes sense.
stronger, right?
Yeah, this makes sense. This should win.
Is he going to go queen e3 or is he going to go queen h7?
I think anything wins. Chat, what do you think? How would you choose to finish off here?
Chad, would you go for this endgame, which is also very clean, or would you want to? I don't know. I feel I would go for queen e3 because it's so tempting, but it might be just wrong and it might just not have that kind of advantage value as queen h7 does. But for me, queen e3 would be very tempting.
I would trade queens. I would want to keep it.
Queens, yeah.
Yeah.
Chad,
I like to play it safe.
Yeah. What about what about you, Chad? Is chat playing it safe as well?
Sriram also suggests queen g5, which also I think is a pretty nice move.
Oh, nice. Nicely suggested. You attack the rook on f6. I like that. But does this... that's actually quite a nice move. Because I was thinking that rook takes e6, but you just take on e6. And after queen h1 check, you've got rook g1.
Yeah.
Black doesn't have time to pick up the e4 pawn.
Yeah, but also I think even king d2 should win here. It's just so hopelessly lost for black here, I think. But it's all the options are good, so it's a question of your taste.
Dayan is my new best friend. He's saying queen e3 is a GM move. Oh, he goes queen g5. He doesn't listen to Sri or myself. He says, Sriram, you are right. I will play queen g5 here. Well done.
Queen g5, rook f7, and now queen g4.
Rook h3 threatened. Very nice.
Yeah, rook h3, knight g5, and this is unfortunate for Vantika, who had such a nice position in the previous game, Tania, with the white pieces, and losing such a game. It's so hard to come back from such an outcome. I think it's one of the worst things.
It's very difficult, and especially in this format, right, Sri, where you don't have so much time to recover from your previous games. You literally have a couple of minutes, and you've just got to, and every game is going to be super strong. She's playing Nihal in the next round. So to find that balance once more and sort of keep it behind you is also another skill and another challenge that this format demands.
Yeah, and this game, she didn't even have a chance. She was destroyed right out of the opening, and again, that's one of the worst feelings. You can lose games where you felt like you fought, you had a chance, and your opponent played better, outplayed you. But to lose out of the opening like this, where you didn't even feel like you were in the game, uh, that is also one of the most crushing feelings that you can have. Unfortunate, but that's also how vicious this field is. It just
Yeah. Sri, let's quickly go to the Arvind board, because as you're mentioning, the game continues, and now Arvind is down to 48 seconds. He's regained the pawn, so he's not down a pawn anymore, but it's a very unique position because White's king is open, but White has set up this rook h6, rook h1, doubled up on the h file, which actually really cramps up Black's rook on h8. You can never move it. So, and White's knight on d4 is just stunning. Also dominating Black's queen, not allowing, you have to make sure you don't allow knight e6 checks. Queen b3 hits that bishop on b4. White is not a pawn up anymore, but I still really like White's position. It feels like all the plays with White.
Yes, Aradia is totally dominating, and this was a danger that this was the risk that Arvind took. And something very similar happened in one of my games against Arvind as well. I offered him a draw in a complex position with the white pieces, and he declined that offer. And the first move he made was a mistake, and he went on to lose that game. So he has the tendency to go for it, but it's a double-edged sword. He wins games because of it, but he also loses games because of it. And getting into this specific position, White has all the strategic triumphs, but he still needs to find a way to force his way into Black's territory. And I don't see an apparent way for him to do that. Yes, you mentioned this knight coming to e6, but it's well defended for the moment, and Black threatens bishop to d4. So I think you just need to play the knight to e2, wait for it. Wait for the moment, get the knight to maybe f4 in the future or come back to d4, but it's a slow game. White cannot force his way, and there he goes with knight e2.
That's a very nice point you made, that you don't want to allow bishop d4. You don't want to trade this strong knight for this bishop, and the knight on f4 will also be very powerful. And Arvind going bishop d6, stopping knight f4, and now if he goes knight d4, Arvind might play bishop c5, but he might also get the bishop to e5, where he controls the d4 and the f4 square.
So Aradia goes for a queen trade with queen b5, but the bar doesn't approve of this, potentially because you can take, and then you can just evict this rook with knight f5 and now get your own pawn to h5. And the biggest problem that Arvind had in this position is out already, and he's played knight f5 already. The rook has only one square. He retreats back to h3, and after h5, Arvind has nothing to worry. It's equal, and in terms of the time also, it's more or less equalized. So I think his decision to take the risk hasn't backfired.
It hasn't backfired, not with these last few moves. He starts with rook c2, hitting that a pawn. So the only trump now in White's position is this a pawn, and he starts advancing it with a4. Suddenly the rooks on h3, h1 might be misplaced now that the queens are traded off. Once he gets h5 in, I like that move because most importantly, it frees up that h8 rook. It's on the board, and now white has to spend a few moves trying to improve the positions of his own rook. Rook d1 comes to mind, where you start hitting the d5 pawn, start trying to get some tempos in. Knight on e2 cannot be moved, because remember, the e3 pawn will fall. So knight f4 will actually run into knight takes e3.
True. So maybe white can play something like, yeah, you mentioned rook d1, rook d1,
like,
and he's
right?
played
He
it.
goes for
Yeah.
it, because how are you even defending the d5 pawn? I don't see a good way. If you go knight e7, it's not a happy move. Black-white can now jump in with his own knight, go knight d4, start building threats as well. And I don't like knight e7. He goes d4,
He goes
and
d4.
the Dalbar hits it.
Because of e4, he's missed e4 completely. He's
And
missed
look at
e4,
Arvind, he's
Tanya.
shocked. Arvind is absolutely shocked seeing e4 on the board. This is a big moment on the game. He can't believe it. He missed it.
This is a game changer, and it's going to be so difficult for Arvind to come back from this, because he just doesn't have time to recover. And you're not just losing the d4 pawn, Tanya, but
He needs to
knight to d4 and knight e6 check.
He makes a move with 1 second on the clock. Knight e7 simply picks up the pawn. And now suddenly the game is in Aradhya's hands. But again,
He's just winning a piece, Tanya. It's game over. Knight e6 check, rook into d6. It's game over. This is the tragic thing about Arvind's blunder. He just didn't just lose a pawn. He ended up losing this piece. And now he has no way to return into the game. It's just so overwhelmingly lost.
Unbelievable. You know, if it was still just a pawn, then you can keep fighting in the position. But unfortunately, the blunder has cost him the game, because you lose the bishop as well. This is unreal stuff. And actually, the gamble he took by not repeating was paying off really well, because suddenly he was in control. And then there's one big mistake with d4, overlooking that white can simply go e4. A very important move, which actually Aradhya found in just a second. And with that, it looks like Arvind is in big trouble.
He's still fighting on, though. He's still fighting on, harboring some hopes of getting back into this game. And I actually don't see a way for this bishop to get defended, for a bishop to move somewhere, because wherever you move, there's some rook c2 incoming. And maybe you can do something like bishop d3 here, but just doesn't feel like the kind of move you would want to make.
He picks up a pawn, he goes knight g5 with a check, and now both pieces are attacked. So he goes bishop e6. This allows rook c2. And his idea is that after rook c2, which hits the f2 pawn, what does he have in mind here? Knight f7.
Knight to f7.
So he's just going to start running with the king to f4. He says, you go rook f2, I'll go king g3. You go rook g2, I'll hide on f4. And I'm happy and safe there. And suddenly rook g3 checks are there. You're a piece up. The a4 pawn is alive. This is busted.
Absolutely. And I think he has to resign after he goes king g7. He still keeps fighting on. He wants knight g6, Tanya. These guys, it reminds me of what Abhimanyu mentioned yesterday in the interview.
So tricky. Oh my God.
Cheapos are the future of chess.
Abhimanyu said that, right? Abhimanyu said cheapos are the future of chess. You know, well, I think especially in these formats, and when you're running shot and clock for blitz and bullets, these kind of threats are actually game changers. They can just turn the evaluation around in a moment. I mean, suddenly imagine knight g6 and you're threatening rook g2 mate. So for example, a move like rook h5 here can run into rook g2 check. You start with rook g2, king f4, rook h5 on the board, by the way, and now knight g6 check. And let's say you go king e3, and suddenly you give a check on d3, on e2. You still have king d4, but watch out, knight f4 is a massive threat. And rook d2 checks coming in, it's suddenly a big mess on the board.
Yeah, it's still game on. Still game on. And the question for black is, do you start with knight g6? Do you start with rook g2? He starts with rook g2, which is more forcing.
Like rook g2, it's direct. Now he's going to go knight g6. I was thinking rook e2, because rook e2 might threaten knight g6 ideas, but I think he's going to start with knight g6 now.
Yeah, but I think the problem for Arvind is he probably sees a variation where...
knight f4. But then anyway, knight f4. He goes knight g6. We're going to see this on the board. Now, if you go king f5, let's just have the live position on for a moment, because I think this will appear. He's gone king e3. Instead of king e3, king f5 would just be a repetition with knight e7.
True. So he goes king d4, knight f4. We have this exact position, Tania. You called it. But I think the problem here for Arvind is white can just even give up a piece and he's still totally winning. He will be up by 2 pawns. And
let me show you how things can go really wrong. You play rook c5 here. Okay, rook f5, and you go rook d2. Anyway, rook d2 check, the e d2. And let's say king e3, and suddenly king e3, and suddenly there's a knight g2 checkmate on the board.
wow.
It's not going to happen, but just the kind of stuff that exists. Don't go king e3 here. You have to go forward with the king, because king c3, and I think in certain positions, you'll end up losing the e6 bishop as well.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with white here. I think it's a very narrow path to win here. What are the options?
What are the options?
King you have to go king c5.
And you take king c5 is the only move, I think, because after rook d6, the point is that rook d6, king d6, rook b6 check, and you attack this rook from where do you attack this rook?
You can go to c5. You can
I think c5 is safe. E6.
Yeah, and this F4, position is just winning for
and you win this, yeah.
White.
But this is
or you can go king c7 and you can get more, but yeah, I think this is simple and safe going into this position with 2 pawns up. This is sad for Arvind.
And he decides instead to sacrifice one more pawn, but he says my best chance is to keep both rooks alive. I think that's a very practical decision by Arvind.
True. It retains the most complexity in the position and it doesn't make it any easier for Aradhya, and kind of keeps some kind of repetitions, repetition possibilities alive for black, for black in this position. But again, I think it shouldn't be so dangerous for white. I think even just a5 here. Because if you start checking with this rook, then this king hides on f4. And if you start checking with this rook, then this king hides behind the a pawn. So there are two hiding spots for the king. And it depends on which check you start with. And there's also this cute idea of stalemate. For example, a5, and here if black's rooks weren't in the board, then it's a stalemate. But the problem is to give up your rook, you have to disturb the king, and then that frees the d6 square.
Wow, so the king can just march back and find himself safe on the f4 square, and 3 extra pawns. Once again, it's a bit heartbreaking because, you know, Arvind went on to fight. He did not want to take a draw out of the opening. He did not want to repeat out of the opening. And it paid off. Till a certain moment, he was able to build that endgame with h5 coming in, and things looked like they had taken a turn in his favor. But then that one mistake just cost him everything.
You have to choose your fights as well, yeah?
And that was just an oversight. That was just a complete oversight where he totally forgot that white has the option to go e4, which hits that knight and picks up the pawn. And unfortunately, not just the pawn, lost the piece as well. This one is going to be a tough fight. We'll keep an eye out on it because the one thing we've learned today, it's not over till it's over. So let's take a look at some of the other games that are on. Do we have any of the other games which are still going on?
Yes, we have something going on in Surya's game again, Tania. He's down by a rook, but he's not losing.
Because c8 is a big threat.
Yes, c8 is a big threat. And I think the game is about to end in a draw because now it will just be an opposite color bishop endgame. But curious to see how they got to this point. Meanwhile, a quick update on the results in the other games. Karthikeyan Murli won against Harsha, and Deepyan Ghosh lost against Arjun. So that's Arjun's second win in a row. And the start of a good momentum. It starts with 2 wins or 2 losses. And Nihal managed to defeat Vantika as we expected. And there's a game between Ronak and Vishak, which is still going on. I think the Surya game is going to end in a draw. So
yeah, let's jump over to that. Ronak is also leading the tournament, so we've got to keep an eye out on his game. Also, very interesting that both Karthikeyan and Arjun, who had such a big such a difficult day on day one are now coming into the rhythm. They're winning games,
Yes.
and we are going to see a lot of turnarounds in the standings today. It's pretty clear. And this is the position on Ronak's board. We thought he's just won a queen. Should be easy, but look at these. I think this is what really separates, you know, these guys because they are just so resourceful. They just keep fighting. It might still be lost, but look at our eval bar. It says that white still has to prove. And he does have a rook and a bishop for a queen now.
Yes, I can imagine only more and more PTSD for poor
Oh
Ronak
my
today.
God, yeah.
But here, I think Black is really struggling to find a move, Tanya. I see that Vishak has already spent more than a minute here because it's just not easy to find a move that survives here for Black. And the position was actually not that clear, out at this point. And the problem is the white king is really exposed. And here he went for rook e8, rook into c6 and d4. But Ronak just went back rook c8. And Vishak didn't really achieve much by giving up that pawn. Now he goes rook e2, king f1 and rook into b2. But I think Ronak can just pick up this pawn on d4 and this bishop is in a pin.
And after rook b1 check, watch out, because if you go king f2, there's a nasty bishop h4 check, winning that rook on c8. So Ronak will have to be careful and move the king only to a light square so that he doesn't fall into checks with the bishop. So king g2. But this also might allow a couple of more checks. But I think if we calculate and we can see it, that white's king should be safe at some point.
Yeah, but it does look dangerous for Black, and there is also for white, and also there is the rook f8 check here, which might even be stronger. So for this reason, Ronak decides to take with the pawn. This can get nasty for white. Yeah. King e1, bishop h4 check, and king g1. There is something like well, maybe there's nothing now.
No, you can still give checks. You go rook b1 check, and it's very difficult for white because where are you running? You can only run to h3, and there's rook f3 check.
Exactly.
It's not a check, it's a checkmate.
Exactly. So this is the reason why Ronak went for c to d4 instead, and now Vishak goes for b4. Still not totally clear. Both of them having less than a minute, and Ronak's king still unsafe, so he still has to navigate his way through all these complexities.
This is a fight. This is a fight. And it's amazing to see that in a position that feels dead lost, looking at it, the kind of practical resources that Vishak has found. And I think if Ronak is unable to convert this, he'll just refuse to win a queen in the next. Even if he can win a queen and instead he can win, let's say, a pawn, he'd be like, you know what, I'll just take the pawn this time.
But isn't he winning now? Rook into d8, rook into d8, king into f2. Now it's just straightforward, right?
I think if his rook still, it's you've got this g pawn, so it's it's harder. But if Black is able to just get that rook to, yeah, this shouldn't be that hard. You just go g5, g6, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. g5, g6.
He's going for it.
I think now Ronak is also feeling confident.
All right, so Ronak's faith in an extra queen has been restored.
Fortunately, you wouldn't want. Yeah, Tania.
No, I was saying, I think Vishak, in a very difficult situation, did put up a big fight and asked questions. Ronak handling them well, and in the end found this precise way to finish this off, which means that he keeps his lead.
He keeps his lead. He keeps his joint lead along with Nihal. And in the meanwhile, we had only one draw in this. Oh, we had 2 draws in this round, yeah. But still, 5 out of 7 decisive games. What a high percentage.
Very cool, no? Because we've had 5 out of 7 in this 5 out of 7 decisive games in this round. In the first round of the day, we had all decisive games. It just shows the kind of combative chess these youngsters play.
They don't take a draw for an answer. As we saw in Arvind's game, they don't do it so easily. And now he tried one final trick in his game. He went for this cheeky rook into e6. He went for this cheeky rook into e6, and Aradhya saw it, of course. He took rook into e6 and nothing happened. But again, typical Arvind.
And let's just show what was happening if he didn't give up the rook at that moment, because the e-pawn simply advances. Let's say you can't go king a6, you have no time, and otherwise rook c8, e7, rook e8, and rook e6, and then the king comes forward on the board, and it's just all over for black.
So Arvind loses this one, and Ronak has also won his game against Vishak. And that brings us to the end of round 6. And for the first time in this broadcast, Tania, a round has ended without going into overtime.
Oh yeah, we don't have a game that's already started. We've got 2 minutes to lift off. We've got 2 minutes to lift off. Let's quickly bring up our scorecard, if we can have that up. And this is where we are. These are the current standings going into, what is this, round 7 of
Yes.
the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Ronak Sadhwani and Nihal Serene in the lead with 14 points. Both of them have had a good run today. Well, Ronak actually, the first game, which he should have won, didn't manage to convert it. What a brilliantly fought game that was. And Nihal finds himself at joint lead. Arvind lost a game, but still at 3rd position. Meanwhile, Abhimanyu keeps up the pace with 11 points. Mitra Bagua and Arjun picking up the pace really on day 2, starts with 2 wins. So finding his rhythm, finding his flow, and that's what we want out of Arjun, because it just makes the tournament so much more exciting as well. And Karthikeyan, a very strong grandmaster from India, who's had phenomenal performances in big opens like Gibraltar Masters, and he is also finding his rhythm today with on 7th place. Let's also quickly bring up our quiz of the day before we start the next round. We've got 5 questions for our audience, and go on Twitter, answer these questions. The 2 winners who answer them correctly will win some super cool merch. Who is the 3rd youngest grandmaster in the history of the game? Who was the first Indian to qualify for the Champions Chess Tour? Who won the bronze medal in the Under 14 Girls World Youth Championship? Which chess opening is played by the Cowboys? This is a question that Sri absolutely hates. Question number 5: Which player who's playing in this event was second to Vishy Anand in the World Championship matches? Tweet us and tag Chess24, as well as use the hashtag MPL Chess Champions. You win a Chessable bag, as well as the FFL mug and 3 months premium membership. So definitely go enter that contest. We will announce the winners tomorrow on the broadcast.
And what do we have for round 7, Tania? What are the big games? Gukesh against Nihal would have been a big game, but Nihal is having a good, nice rest today. He has only 3 games to play. Arvind takes on Mitraba. Arjun Erigaisi, the top seed, plays against Aradhya Garg, the underdog in this event. And
he just had a big win, and Aradhya feeling good after his big win against Arvind. So watch out for him.
And Vantika with the white pieces against Ronak. That will also be something interesting. And so far, people have gone for it against Vantika. They got worse positions. It will be interesting to see if Ronak repeats the Dutch defense there. Which game are you looking forward to the most?
I think we definitely have to keep an eye out on the Arjun board, because he needs to make sure that he wins this game. He's playing against Aradhya. Arjun is a big favorite on paper, but as you were mentioning, that Aradhya, he's found his confidence boost with a big win against Arvind in the previous round. So it's going to be an important round for Arjun in his course to try and be at the top at the end of the day. The other very big game, as you mentioned yourself, of course, our tournament leader, Vantika, very capable of creating an upset. She had a tough round against Nihal, but that first game that she was crushing. So definitely Ronak needs to be careful and not underestimate Vantika. Another game we have to keep an eye out on. And I think the one game that I really want to look at are 2 players that we haven't checked out as much today because of all the action that we've been witnessing, is Abhimanyu Puranik, who's such an attacking and aggressive player, taking on Murli Karthikeyan. I think this is a big round for us as well.
Absolutely. And we have liftoff in some of the games here. And look at this, Tania, again. Harsha, who lost with black against Arjun in the Jobawa London. He adopts it himself now with the white pieces against Deeptan Ghosh. This is how it keeps going, yeah? You lose, you learn, and then you apply it and you defeat your opponents in the exact way that you lost.
That's actually a very cool chess advice. And I think we do that in OTB events as well, that very often when we're playing a classical tournament, you might have had a tough day facing an opening. And then the very next day, you actually play that same opening that you lost against. It happened to me in Reykjavik. I was playing against a grandmaster from France, Matthew Cornet, and he had just lost the previous round to Pragnananda. Actually, he had lost to Prag in it was a line in the Nimzo Indian with Bishop D2 E3, and Prag had completely dominated that game with the white pieces. And I play the Nimzo Indian myself with the black pieces. So next game, Matthew Cornet, he actually came with that same preparation. He of course has also done a really good course on it. He played the exact same line with me, playing the white pieces that he had faced and lost to Prague with.
I can totally relate to it. And it has happened so many times in my own career as well, not just with specific openings, Tania, but there would be situations where I lose with the white pieces against a higher rated opponent. And I'd feel so sad about wasting a white game and losing. But what I realized is it also showed me the exact approach I needed to adopt to beat a similar lower rated player with the black pieces. So in so many ways, we just keep recycling our knowledge and keep passing it on. And I think losing these games, it's one of the ways. And I also observed it when people resist in bad positions. And when you're not able to convert a game in which you're winning, it also teaches you so much about defense. And I think that's what happened to Caspro as well back in those matches against Karpo. He kept learning from Karpo. He kept learning from Karpo and being unable to win a lot of these games. And it strengthened so many aspects of his chess just by playing against Karpo. But having said that, having talked about Caspro and Karpo, I see a very non-Karpovian opening in Leon Abhijit Gupta game. 3H4 in the Grunfeld defense.
We've been seeing that quite a bit, though. No, this line has been gaining in popularity, well, at least especially in online events, and it's definitely something that Black needs to be prepared against. Meanwhile, on our Chess24 chat, an interesting summary of the previous round by Dreadmed saying that Arvind pushed too hard against his low-rated opponent. Ronak found a win, and the underdog Aradhya upsetting a leader. That's exactly how the previous round went. I think, but Arvind, I think these players know that they need to take these chances. And you can't feel bad. It's not as if he regrets not taking that draw early on. A strong player never would think like that. He needed to take his chance. He did, eventually made a mistake and lost. And that's just how chess goes. Ronak eventually managed to win. And Aradhya, well, Aradhya's got a big game in this one as well. So let's take a look at his opening before we move on to the Puranic board.
We actually haven't had any moves on a lot of the games, Tanya. I think only 3 games are going on right now. The Harsha Diptyan game, which was a Javawa London, and the queens have been traded. It has quickly gone into the end game. And we have the Leon Abhijit game, which has started with this H4. And we have the Abhimanyu Karthikeyan game, in which Abhimanyu hasn't had a great start with the white pieces.
You say he hasn't had a great start with the white pieces, and tell us a little bit what should white be worried about. Maybe let's take it from the top to understand, because I don't like this white knight on h4 and black being allowed to push the e4 pawn. So let's just see how it actually got here. Was it the English opening?
Exactly, Tanya. It was exactly the English opening, but after black started with knight f6 and not with e5, which is something we saw in Arjun's game earlier. He started with knight f6, knight to c3, and he played e5 on the second move, which is something black does a lot when they want to play e5, but they don't want to get into this c4, e5, g3 stuff, and they want to try and avoid certain other openings. So he started with knight f6, knight c3, and e5, and we are in this 1 c4 e5 reverse Sicilian territory. And after knight f3, knight c6, we are in the 4 knights position, which comes so often in different openings. This is the English opening 4 knights position, g3, and now bishop b4, one of the most solid setups for black. And here Abhimanyu went with the knight to d5. And I don't exactly remember what the opening theory here is, but I think black usually goes bishop to c5. This is the most common move here. And instead, there is also another variation with e4, which is a lot more complicated and wilder. And this is exactly what Karthikeyan chose to do in this game. He just went for it with e4. which invites the e4 pawn, but it can become a weakness later on. So knight to h4 and now d6. Again, played after a bit of thought by Karthikeyan. He didn't play this instantly. So he was clearly not prepared, or at least he didn't remember his lines exactly. He goes for d6, a3, bishop c5. And I think we are already in a bit of a territory, a no game territory. There are no games. It's a fresh position, a fresh theoretical position. And bishop to g2. This is White's idea here. He has invited the pawn all the way to e4, so he wants to try and exploit this weak pawn on e4. So bishop to g2 or pawn to d3 is the most common way. And it's curious what White would do if Black plays something like g5 here. I don't exactly, I don't immediately see what's happening after g5.
All right, so you are, maybe there's a d4 in the air somewhere, but let's try and think how that.
I think you're right, Tania. I think you nailed it instantly. d4 is a very strong move.
So you hit that pawn on g5, but is everything working? Because let's say you start with knight d5 here.
C takes d5.
You can just take c takes d5 and.
But now there's maybe take this pawn.
Yeah, but let's just show what's the problem with c takes d5. If c takes d5, knight takes d4. And now suddenly the knight on h4 is still trapped and the pawn on g5 is supported. So this wouldn't work. So instead, probably you have to be a little bit precise and take the bishop on c5.
And now this knight doesn't
have a good square.
Exactly.
The g5 pawn falls.
Exactly. And this is again a nice little trick by Abhimanyu. Yeah, he set his opponent up for g5. His opponent sidestepped it, of course, but g5 was a very natural move to make, and it didn't work because of d4. So Black went knight to g4, and after e3 we have the present live position here, and now he goes for g5. Now he goes for g5. Abhimanyu responding instantly with b4. Black can go bishop to b6 here, but in these types of questions, it's even possible, I think, for White to just continue on with bishop b2 and just take all these pawns.
And if after, no, I mean, like, you probably have to go knight e5 here.
Which one?
That's a good question. Maybe knight g5, no?
Yeah, the thing is, when you go knight g5, it allows me options of F4. Using the spin. So maybe I start
knight d3 check as well, no? You have to be a little careful about knight d3 check.
True. I think that's why I should start with bishop at e4.
And after g takes h4, the point is that the knight on e5 is pinned, so you have f4.
Yeah.
Still a bit crazy with, but maybe it's fine. f5, you just move the bishop away.
f5, I have options like queen h5.
Yeah. By the way, I was just on Twitter. I was checking out Twitter to see how people are doing, how our audience is doing, our chat is doing on our giveaway. And I saw a very interesting tweet by Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And they tweeted saying that pawns should be able to promote to a new king. What do you think chess would be if that actually happened?
That's an interesting idea. And then do you checkmate these two kings?
I don't know.
It makes it 2x hard to win a game. And it's already so difficult to win a game.
Yeah, Sri, you and I we're barely able to checkmate one king. Imagine having to win it twice over.
I know. And then Vidit will have new kings to put his king next to.
So a lot more illegal moves. No, I think it would be a completely different sport. Very interesting thought there. And also it's a good time to remind everyone to go and enter the contest. Answering those 5 questions, if you can just quickly have them on our screen one more time, and remember to tag chess24 and use the hashtag MPL Chess Champions. These are the 5 questions. Who's the third youngest grandmaster? The first Indian to qualify for the Champions Chess Tour? Who won the bronze medal in 2016? Which chess opening is played by the Cowboys? And who was Vishy Anand's second in the World Championship match?
Who is playing here?
Who is playing here? So tweet us tagging Chess24 and MPL Chess Champions to win some cool prizes.
Some really cool prizes, which I would have loved to win, but I'm unfortunately not allowed to.
Yes, because Sri came up with half of the questions. No prizes for guessing which questions Sri did not come up with.
No prizes for guessing that, indeed.
All right. So what is
But it's
going on in the
exactly
position?
happening,
We
Tania.
do have bishop b2 on the board.
Yeah, it's going exactly the way we thought it would. And now, would you play this knight to e5, bishop takes e4, g into h4, f4? This is almost, it's as wild as the position that we had seen, except that I think this knight on g4 is better placed than the knight on c6. So I think this can be the direction in which the game goes.
Interesting. But do you know what is really wild? Is also what's going on Arjun's board. Take a look at that position.
My mind went somewhere else completely.
Where? What? Tell.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, so once again, come back to chess 3. Bishop on h6. I mean, it's just right now, if you just look at this position, it's sort of hard to imagine how did that bishop from c1 even get to h6 with white's pawn on g5, white's pawn on e3. Can we take a look at this crazy route the bishop took to land up there?
The bishop started its journey on c1 and it moved to f4 on the second move. And then he just developed all the normal London
this time
stuff.
a normal London, so not a Jabava London by Arjun.
He's just I think fixated on the London, but he keeps alternating just so as to be not predictable. So bishop f4, and now this bishop moved to e5. I think this is one of the most important tabias in the London system, by the way, Tania. Knight bd2. Black has these two setups. He can either go with the pawn on e6 or the knight on c6. But this move 3c5, it was, I think, one of the recent equalizers in the London system, which happened in the last 5 years or so. And after knight f3, knight c6, knight d2, one of the most important positions. Black has a number of moves here: bishop g4, bishop f5, and there's also queen b6, which is a very popular equalizer. Goes into these crazy lines: dc, queen b2, and very long lines. But yeah, knight h5 is one of the other moves. And here, after knight h5, bishop e5. If black plays f6, here white has a super cool move.
Should we ask chat?
Oh, yes.
Although
Sure.
I'm still struggling with it myself, so.
It's not an easy move. It's not an easy move.
I can tell.
But so bishop e5, f6, and here white has a super cool move, c4.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was completely in a different direction. I was trying to target the h5 knights. So c4 here, just giving up that bishop on e5. Tell us what's the idea, Sri.
The point is, if black takes f into e5, then white has c into d5. You take the pawn, because otherwise you lose this pawn and you lose a lot. And now white just goes bishop c4. The queen moves wherever. And now you have deadly threats with knight g5, attacking the h7, h5 knight, and creating threats like knight f7.
Very interesting stuff. So you do target the knight, but in a complete, far more dangerous situation. Sacrifice a piece, develop your pieces, and too many threats on the board.
Yes, it's quite deep and complex, Tania, and London is filled with these kind of little traps. But the thing is, bishop e5, if black goes e6, then white supposedly has nothing. This was the established knowledge here. But Arjun goes one step farther. He tries to look for ideas. And here he truly found something. He just went bishop to b5. And here what Aradhya played, bishop e7, was clearly a mistake. He should start with f6. And this is the starting point of his problems in this game. He went bishop e7, g4, knight f6, g5. And here he already has big time problems with the g7 pawn. If he had gone with the knight to h5 here, then white can just go knight h4, and this knight has no place to move. g6 is also not an option because of the h8 rook. So black would be in deep trouble. He had to go knight e4. And now after bishop into g7, this is how the bishop got to g7 here and eventually to h6. And Arjun ended up just winning this pawn.
It's funny how in the London system, which is generally considered to be a slow opening, there are all these potholes. And actually now, if you look at the position, it's hard to imagine this. It even appeared out of the London opening. white looking very dominating, got an extra pawn. The king definitely safer than black's king. If you just compare the pieces, the minor pieces as well, black has got these two bishops, but it's not much of a double bishop advantage. The bishop on e6 might as well be a pawn there. F5, d5 weaknesses. A big task ahead of Aradhya here. Arjun, 14 and a half minutes on the clock. Both players decide to go long castle, so no more problems with white's king. The only thing is the bishop on h6, it's in enemy's camp, but also it's a bit trapped. It's not really doing anything or participating in the game. So
but it's a Trojan bishop.
I like this rook h3. Yeah.
It's not doing anything, but it's also kind of restricting black from getting on to some of the squares. And the rest of the white's pieces are out there coming to free the h6 bishop, saving the h6 bishop.
I love this rook lift, rook h3, rook f3, targeting black's weakness on f5, hitting that pawn, and black has got a tough task ahead, deciding how you want to save it. Let's take a look at some of the other boards. This one looks like it's going Arjun's way. And the position that I want to jump to is the one between Ronak Sadhwani. Also, I just want to point out that, I've got the multi-board viewer on in front of me. And it's a bit heartbreaking to see that we are not going to be witnessing a Nihal versus Gukesh matchup, which would have happened in this round. Because having these two youngsters, two of the biggest names in Indian chess, face off against each other would just be mega exciting. I think that's a game we can all look forward to. They're good friends, but also over the board, there's such healthy competition between them. And that would have been a firecracker of a game. But again, Gukesh, who's been having connection problems, he's not playing from his own home, has not been able to establish a reasonable connection to be able to play the games. Experiencing disconnects is the reason he's decided to withdraw from the tournament. But that's a match I'm missing right now.
I would have loved to see that match as well, but I think Nihal will be happy to have one of his black pieces not count, especially against someone like Gukesh, who's turned into an opening monster these days, Tania. He's become a trendsetter of sorts, and he has ideas everywhere in all the different openings that he's playing. So I think Nihal will be the one person who is happy that he doesn't have to play black against Gukesh in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of I saw the mention on our chat about what happens to players who've played Gukesh and those who are going to play Gukesh. It doesn't matter because it's counted as a bye now. Gukesh didn't finish 50% of the tournament, and according to FIDE laws, a player who has to withdraw before completing 50% of the tournament, all his games are counted as a bye, whether you've played him or you haven't. So everyone who played Gukesh on the first day, it doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't count. And to maintain, the equality of it, it is going to be given as a bye. All right,
Tania, meanwhile,
yes.
I just want to have a look at this Abhimanyu against Karthikeyan back again.
Oh wow! I told you this is going to be a crazy game. I told you this was going to happen.
Absolutely, it has just exploded, and it has exploded in what a way. I mean, we were here at this point. It did exactly happen this way, bishop into e4, just that there was an inclusion of h3, but otherwise it happened exactly this way, and then white got the pawn to f4 here. And out here, I was looking at this position with f4, and here black has this crazy move which was apparently saving him. And I'm not going to give this as a contest because I don't think many humans would have found this move, but here black has this move bishop to d4.
What? No ways. What?
I know, right?
Your one piece is hanging, and you just say, you know what? Here's another one.
Exactly. I think this is an astounding concept. The bishop on b2 is a source of all the problems for black in this position, combined with this rook on g1. So you just throw this bishop in the way. You either force white to trade this bishop into d4, knight into d4, or you force white to close this. Either way, black is surviving this one. This was black's best move.
And I think the point, I understand the moment you pointed out, I think the point is that after you take on d4 with the e pawn, now black can take on c4. You go knight takes c4. You're hitting that bishop, and white doesn't have the time to go g takes h4. You can go g takes h4, but black can simply sidestep with the king because the bishop on b2 is blocked now. So after gh4, you've got the option to go king h8. Because I think king
Wow.
f7, queen h5 is bad news.
It's checkmate.
Yeah, it's just game over. So you have to go king h8, which explains bishop d4. But it's only after you point it out, Sri. Otherwise, to see this move bishop d4 to block the diagonal of the bishop on b2, maybe in a classical game, it can still come to your mind. But with minutes on the clock, you can't fault Karthi for not finding this.
It's such a inhuman move. And Karthi naturally didn't go for it. But also, this means he has trouble with his king. But he did go for knight d4, Tania. So not totally outrageous.
Wow. So not far away from the concept. It just goes on to show that Karthikeyan has the concept in his mind that the bishop on b2 needs to be blocked. He needs to move this. He needs to make sure that this bishop doesn't continue the attack. But that move order, the precision which computers give us, is what humans struggle with.
It's not just that, Tanya, but also the thing is with the bishop on d4, you're forcing white to react. You're forcing white to do something. You're attacking the bishop on b2 itself. But whereas when you play the knight to d4, white can just ignore it and do something like long castle, which is what happened in the game. And you
So
keep
could
this
he have
bishop on
gone-
b2 alive.
Could he have gone for bishop d4 instead of knight d4 even now?
It would still have been a better move. That's what the stockfish says here
Wow.
on my other screen.
And I think, Sri, the point of having this move or show this move is that now it's in our minds. You know, it sort of becomes a pattern. And maybe someday in a different situation, this position might arise. And at least we have the idea and the concept that such a move is possible.
Oh, yes, exactly. This is how the chess learning works. You see these patterns and then you repeat it. You do spaced repetition. You repeat it after a certain time. And then the pattern just becomes part of your memory. And that's where the origin of chess understanding comes from.
But instead, he played the move knight d4. So definitely similar idea, but probably not the best piece to get there. And now I have to say, I mean, Abhimanyu's moves are just mind-blowing. He's sacrificed the piece. He doesn't care about regaining that piece. Instead, all he's focused on is black's king. He says, my bishops are far stronger than to just regain that piece again and give them up. But what is going on here? Let's take a look at some lines. What happens if black captures on c2? Knight takes c2. Do you start with g takes h4, threatening rook g6?
That's definitely my first instinct. You just want to open up the g file. I think the two main characters for white in this position is the bishop on b2, the rook on g1, and this position should end in a checkmate. Even if you cover the bishop, now this should be a game over by a direct attack. It's a bit of a long sequence, but it's a forcing sequence, and white wins by checkmate by force here. And therefore, it's not really an option for black to allow white to open the g file, or at least be prepared for it when it happens. And he goes king h8, taking his king out of the way, so he can respond to g into h4 with queen into h4. You know, live today and just survive today and fight tomorrow. That's black's strategy.
Nice. So you just move away from the pin so that gh4 is not a threat. But Abhimanyu continues to insist on opening up the g file. He doesn't want to take on d4 because taking it with the pawn would just mean killing your own bishop. That bishop on b2 is the big monster, as you're pointing out. And actually, it's all of white's pieces. The bishop on b2, the bishop on c2, the rook on g1, the queen on h5. They're all part of this big attack that white has created against the black king. g4 played, and I think after knight c2, again, okay, now knight c2 is not possible because the king is pinned. But I think what white really wants to do, regardless of what black plays, is simply capture on f5 next and open up that rook.
Yes, open up the rook and open up the floodgates, and it's like the water entering the ship. Black will have nowhere to run. So I think white is completely winning here, and we can maybe conclude that and look at one of the other games.
Let's just hold on here for just a few minutes, because I think this is just such a stunning attack that Abhimanyu's put on. Unless something big catches your attention, Sri, on the other boards, then definitely let's skip to the good part, as they say. But right now, Karthi is down to 17 seconds, and he does have an extra piece. And I think it's been a fabulous game by Abhimanyu. He's taken barely 4 minutes on the clock. And if possible, let's try and see the end of this.
Absolutely, Tanya. Happy to see the end.
G takes f5, knight goes to g8. So Karthikeyan trying to get that knight to f6. Once he's able to get that knight to f6, he defends h7.
Can I even take the knight here? Just for fun?
Super tempting. So what goes on? Let's say that you go... All right, let's point out what happens after rook g8. Because I think after rook g8, you wanted to go f6, is it?
Exactly. I just wanted to take out the knight. So there's no knight into f6 and I get f6 and f7 and there's no way to defend h7. You can take knight into c2, but then I go f7 check, rook g7, rook g1 anyway. And
that's a beautiful idea. Over. So rook g8, you've got to take king g8, but then that allows rook g1 check.
Although this is not totally clear, yeah, there's some bishop d4 here. You have to be careful. You can lose any position, Tanya. And I think here white might even be losing here. I'm not sure. You have to be careful. Meanwhile, once again, we have Vidit in the chat. Yes, Vidit Gukesh withdrew today.
Is Vidit trolling you again?
We are still waiting for that to happen, but that will happen eventually.
Any moment now, chat. Wait for it. Okay, so knight g8. You were mentioning that rook takes g8. Sorry, I missed that.
But you have to insert king into c2 here because if you start with rook g1, then there's again bishop d4.
And it's amazing that white does have the time to insert king c2 because black is just so helpless despite being a rook up.
Yes, and I think it's also amazing how easily you can lose even a position like this, you know. Rook g1 here, potentially losing for white. I think white can lose this. I think black is winning here. So it's so easy to lose control no matter how amazing your position is.
All right, and what happens after rook g8, king g8?
Rook g8, king g8, I think the same thing, f6. And
f6.
rook
I
g1
thought you
and
might
rook g7.
insert a check, no? First rook g1 check, but maybe it's
I wasn't sure of that because, you know, this gives me some additional options. And he goes for it, Tanya. He goes for rook g8.
He goes for it. He took 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, calculated it. Abhimanyu Puranik on fire. This guy is so tricky and so aggressive in his play. And this is going to be quite a masterpiece in the attacking manual of any player.
Knight into c2, exactly happening. And now do you think he will stop to take king into c2? Yes, he does it. He just takes king into c2 coolly and calmly. And you know there's no way to escape for black.
And he played it super quick. Which means he had calculated this move that he needs to make sure bishop d4 is not an option. And with king takes c2, even though Karthi has an extra rook on the board, he resigns because there's no way to fight this bishop on b2. An absolute monster. f7 check coming up. What a game by Abhimanyu Puranik. Just incredible stuff. Sri, for some reason, I'm unable to hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
When did you last lose?
Just when I was talking about Abhimanyu's brilliant tactical play in this, and then we lost you.
Okay.
Usually when that happens, it's either a phone call or something. What happened there?
Abhimanyu's game turned me speechless, Tanya. That's what happened.
Literally. All
literally.
Right. Awesome. Well, that was a game. I think that actually I've noticed that in this entire event, we've been seeing some very attacking, aggressive, and tactical masterpieces. The one that comes to mind is Arvind's win. And was that against Karthi as well?
Yep. That was a rook sacrifice against Karthikeyan. Yes. So Karthikeyan's been he's faced 3 rook sacrifices.
He's been on the receiving end of these brutal attacks. And today, Abhimanyu Puranik delivering a brilliancy. All right, let's come back to the ongoing action. And we've got Leon.
There is another rook sacrifice on the board.
Wow.
just as we were talking about it, Leon against Abhijit, and Abhijit had this position on the board, and here he decided to go for knight c into e4, f into e4, rook into c3, queen into c3, knight into e4. He sacrificed a rook for in exchange for 2 pawns, and he might win a third pawn on d5. And he's also opened up this bishop, but it doesn't look all that promising to me, this sacrifice. It's certainly complex. It sets problems for someone who is just having 2 minutes, but something like queen d3 here, I don't see how black's pieces come in towards white's territory. If you try something like bishop into d4 and bishop f5, then the king hides in the dark square. So bishop into d4 is not a great option. And if you take queen into d5, here white has potential options like bishop f3. And again, he can hide his king on a1. Leon goes for queen to c7, and Abhijit takes the pawn on d5. This is the present position that we have right now. But again, I think white can defend with something like rook d1 here, just keeping everything safe. The king goes to a1, and I don't see how black pushes through here.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a tough event for Abhijit, and it sort of continues. Definitely, it's very difficult. You know, you've just come back from a tournament, not feeling good health-wise. He had a phenomenal performance at the Sharjah Masters. He finished third there. And right now in this format, when I think having stamina, being fresh for the games, and feeling good, well, health-wise is absolutely key because of the format of the event. So I think we're seeing that affect Abhijit in this event so far.
And Tania, Vidit in the chat points out that bishop c4 is possibly a simpler win, but I think black has knight d2 check here, and it's maybe not so simple with it. I miss Vidit in the commentary today.
Vidit, join if you're free. So
and my chat is
the point
going...
is that after bishop d2, you've got queen d4.
Yes, and now if you go bishop c3,
yeah.
Yes, exactly. You just walked us right into it. Bishop c3, bishop f5 check.
Ooh, this is so beautiful. Oh my God.
King a1. And now maybe the chat can do the honors for black. Now maybe the chat can do the honors.
Sri really enjoying this moment when he gets to refute one of Vidit's lines.
I know. I mean, it's not such an uncommon occurrence. We have something similar.
I was just about to say it's a rare occurrence. Maybe that's why, but go on, Sri. Well,
yeah, the chat is doing the honors. Queen c3, queen c3, queen c3. Abhay, Shrujit, Subhajit, and some of the people who found queen into c3, rook into c3, well done, and bishop into c3. Checkmate. But yeah, Tania, we have something similar happening in the game, and Leon has only 20 seconds to... and he goes bishop c3, queen e4
no
check.
Bishop f5. There's no bishop f5. So queen e4 check, and now you can't go rook
But you have some queen into b4, no?
And queen takes b4. Wow, this is looking scary. This is Abhijit's moment. And all you need in these kind of events is that one win to restore all your confidence back. So queen e4, he finds it. Rook c2 runs into bishop c3. So king a1 is really the only move on the board.
He goes for rook c2. He had to go for it, Tania, because I'm not sure after queen into b4 how...
It's just busted, yeah?
I think you can still go queen c6. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe queen into b4 is not even the move. I'm not sure anymore. But it looks like black has something here. So he went rook c2.
Maybe you start bishop c3. Let's just show this. You start with bishop c3, rook c3. Now you take queen b4 because the rook on e1 is hanging and there's no good way to defend queen b2 mate.
Simple stuff. Yeah, simple and powerful. And therefore he had to give up his bishop. And now he's only a rook up compared to being a rook and piece up before. But now it looks like black has a draw anytime. Queen b4 and some kind of a repetition.
But does Abhijit want to draw, or is he going to try to push for more? Because it's also so tempting. But if you can't find a direct way, let's not forget you're a rook down. And if there is no, immediate way to threaten a mate, then maybe a bailout is the best option. And you just, you're just glad that you escaped and survived this one.
Yes, but you have 5 minutes to find it, right? And you have 5 minutes to set more and more problems. And you're a rook down, but you have so many pawns in compensation, Tanya. How many
Another
pawns
big
is
question. Is Abhijit going to try for more? Or will he try to just finish the game with, I don't see a direct perpetual anyway, but Queen B4, King C1. Let's just take a look at this line. Queen B4, King C1. Let's say Bishop B2 check. You've got to go King D1.
Queen D4 check.
Yeah, and now after
Rook
King
D2.
E1, because King E1, Bishop C3. So Rook D2 has to be played.
Yeah. And now
at
there are
least
no
you
more
have-
checks for black.
Yeah, I was going to say at least you have Queen A4, and I totally forgot that White has a Queen on D7.
That happens a lot with these long moves. But I was thinking you get the rook to D2 because I don't want you to play rook C8 anymore. And maybe I take the pawn now.
Take the pawn is one option, or also start threatening mate on C1. Even ideas like Queen C1, Queen C3 come into play. Queen C3 or Queen C5, not sure which one, but start threatening some checkmating patterns with C1.
Yes, I think it's clear that black is not in danger anymore, yeah?
He goes Bishop G7, simply retreats the bishop, taking the slow approach.
Because you don't want to give your opponent any forcing moves, Tanya. You have
And
only
he wants
10
to go Queen
seconds.
E5. He wants to set up a battery. His idea is clear. Queen E5, Queen D4, start threatening mate on A1. So it's not a move without poison.
Very, very, very uncomfortable move to face. Vidit in the chat is like King C2 and King D1 was the easiest win, but I'm not exactly sure at what point he's talking about. So moving on from that, Bishop C4, and now what uncomfortable move can Abhijit set? Now the thing is, with something like Queen E5, White doesn't really have any deadly threats on F7. You can just go King H7, and I think after Bishop into G6 and King into G6, you run out of checks as White. But maybe after Queen E5, maybe you can start running away with the King. You have to do this.
But it's also really scary because there's also Bishop H6 check ideas, which are always on the
No,
board.
but if you play Bishop H6, I would go back King B1.
Yeah, I mean, black at least has the safety net, right? So taking this chance of going Bishop G7 and saying, I will always have this bailout option. And look at Abhijit, he just continues to play quiet moves, keeping all the threats alive. And I think Leon's
giving
clock
options to White.
Yeah, Leon's clock situation has a lot to do with that. 3 seconds, he needs to find a move. He goes Queen B5. What happens after Queen D4 now?
Leon is keeping his defensive posture, Tanya. He has the F1 rook protected. So whenever there's a Queen A1 check, if he can get his king out in time, he has everything protected. And he's just trying to keep everything protected. None of his pieces hanging. Queen B5 is a move which exactly does that. It defends C4, it defends B4, F1. He had 10 seconds. So he keeps everything protected. I think this is a very, very, very nice move when you have less time. And now there are also options like Queen D5 threats. And it's getting harder and harder for Abhijit to create uncomfortable situations for White. He goes E6, preventing Queen D5. And I think Leon is really showing a masterpiece on how to play with seconds.
And as is, I think Abhijit's got 2 seconds. He's literally made the last 2 moves with 1 second on the clock. Bishop D3 now forcing Abhijit to set up that battery on D4. Queen D4, as you mentioned, will be met with King C1. But amazing to see Abhijit make moves like Bishop G7, King H8, E6, just passing the ball to Leon. And he's been making moves on second. An incredible fight. King C1 played. Now this Bishop on D3 will be a bit of a guard for White's king. So for example, after Bishop H6, he can perhaps already start considering not repeating and playing King D1.
Oh yes, if he can see the chance, he will take it. That's how all these junior kids are. It's no longer clear who's playing for when, and the time situation is also evened up by this point. King to C1, and again, I'm very impressed by how he kept everything defended. And in these types of situations, Tania, you're so tempted to, play moves like bishop into f7. You're just tempted and you start calculating. And I think one of the tricks which comes with a lot of practice consciously is you stop calculating and trying to find the best moves when you have less time, and you just keep making moves which keep your position safe. This is the trick. You have to keep everything safe.
And he has finally, I think that's really good practical advice, not to try and calculate too deep, but just focus on defending your pieces. And Leon made it with a plan, right? Queen b5 was with the idea to go bishop d3. You defend that bishop on d3 and you find an escape route for your king. And now once all of that is done, he goes with rook f7, queen g1 check. But does that really?
And now just come back rook f1.
Simply come back with your rook to f1. You've picked up that pawn on f7. That's been a big pawn in black's camp. Queen e3 check. King d1 is an option now because white's bishop on d3 is defended. So queen b5, I think a star move by Leon.
Can't disagree with you at all there. And now look at how protected the white's pieces are.
Yeah.
What a compact setup white has. I
All
cannot
the
remember
pieces on
this.
the light square.
Exactly. And together and harmonious. Cannot remember this scene from this movie called Gladiator, where he talks about, how everyone should stay together, and the more you stay together, the more chances you have to survive. White's, I think this is a perfect chess setup which analogizes that.
It's as if every piece is defending another piece. There's a role that each of these pieces are playing, and they're working synonymously to guard the white's king, which is out in the open on d1. But it's not the pawns, but the pieces which are protecting the king. It's actually beautifully played, and to think that Leon is playing this under seconds is stunning. Queen g1 check. So now
bishop f1.
And now bishop f1. So that queen d4, now your queen comes back to d3.
Yes, and once the queen comes to d3, you start threatening on black's king side. Abhijit goes rook d8, but I think white can play queen d3 anyway. That's what he does.
G6.
And now...
And now he can pick up the g6 pawn. Queen takes g6, h5 pawn is hanging as well. He goes for it. And I don't believe that black has any time to create stuff with moves like e4, although he might just have to go for e4.
Yes, but e4 you can go rook f7. Yeah, you
then
can
queen
just,
d4 check.
Yeah, queen d4 check and
queen e3
rook
check.
d2. Start with rook
on
d2.
The board.
Queen a1 check, and now there's no check.
Queen f7. Well, he goes for this line a little different. Instead of rook f7, he gave some checks, and now king h8. He's managed to get some seconds on the clock, and now he's having a think. Maybe he'll just go rook f2 to stop queen d4 ideas. And the point is that
it's possible.
After e3, for example,
rook f5.
Rook f5, and your rook f5. I'm always just not wanting to allow this e2 and queen d4 ideas. I was also thinking about rook f4.
Yeah, but he goes for rook f5 directly. And here, Tania, the trick to avoid checks is rook d2 first, queen a1 check, king e2, and now there are no checks. And I think Abhijit will resign.
You mentioned this line where the king is absolutely safe on e2, and rook h5 is a big mating idea.
He fights on with rook d6. These guys don't give up so easy. But I think white's safe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook h5 check, rook h6, and now even just start taking the pawn.
Simply take on d5, yeah. Wow. So Abhijit did have that option of repeating moves, but he, despite being a rook down, tried to get more out of the position. Once again, with his tournament situation, I think it makes a lot of sense. You want to take as many chances as you can. And this time, it didn't pay off.
Yes, and I think it was just super amazing defense by Leon, because I can't imagine a lot of people who would be able to hold their nerve and defend with 10 seconds in a position like that. The initial reaction is panic. I think he played this amazing moves with just a few seconds on the clock. And I don't think Abhijit expected that.
100%. I think Leon played brilliantly. He played a sequence of moves coming down to 1 second on the clock. The whole idea of going queen b5, bishop d3 was played when he had a second on his clock. Unbelievable stuff. And
he's
finally,
resigned, Tanya.
yeah, his amazing resistance pays off. Abhijit resigns, and with that, Leon scores a very big point to get him higher on our leaderboard. Uh, we should We'll take a look at the leaderboard in just a few moments if you've still got action, I think, on some of our other games.
Yes, Arvind is winning against Mitraba. He came up with a very nice strategic exchange sacrifice earlier, Tanya. I don't have the exact moment right now. Oh yeah, it was around this point. Mitraba played his knight to d5, attacking the rook on e5 with a discovered attack. And Arvind just ignored it and took the pawn on c4. And in the end position after the sacrifice, Arvind has an amazing pawn structure and very nice spots for his knight. And he was totally dominating. And not a lot has changed in this position. He has these passed pawns, which are still active and dominant. And he has this very nice squares for his knight. So white is completely winning here, despite being an exchange down. And the other live game, which is going on, is a game between Arjun Erigaisi against Aradhya Garg, which is still going on, by the way. It has been a long and drawn out game. Arjun was better a very long time ago, but Aradhya has kept resisting. He's kept resisting, and this one's not totally clear how Arjun's going to be able to push on, because these pawns on c3, the other pawn on e3, absolute monsters, and the black pieces are preventing white from infiltrating black's territory. Arjun breaks with g6. He tries to break open for the moment, and it looks like this should go through. It looks like the g pawn should prevail here, but the engine is not too enthusiastic about it, probably because black can play something like queen f8. He can keep defending, he can keep going on, and white doesn't have a clear way. Finally, again, the pawn on c3, always a counterplay. Yeah, he goes for queen f8. He keeps resisting with queen f8, and it's not totally clear. So these are the two games that are going on right now, Tanya. The Arvind, Mitrava has lost. So this is the only game that is going on. I do see another live game between Vishak against Surya, but there hasn't been moves for a while in that game. So I'm assuming that Surya has won this one.
Well, he does have two extra pawns. Knight c4 played. We'll come back to this, although I think it's still going on because I do see our players on the camera. So not over. Visak on the defense in this one. Knight c4 hits the bishop, but I think the action is on the Arjun game. We will keep an eye out on this, but let's jump over to the Arjun board because quite a wild position. Queen f8 played. The bishop on e6 does look like a terrible bishop, but holding the position together. So king d7, and after takes on f7, he simply takes with the queen. The bishop on e6 is really keeping black's position together here.
But Arjun finally takes this most dangerous counterplay in black's camp, the c3 pawn. But what it does is it also exposes his own king in the future if something opens up on the c file. But right now, I think Arjun will feel safe because the queen on f7 is tied down to the e6 bishop. And he can just play something like king d2 and then get his queen to
h8 and try and get the rook to the h onto the attack. But you were pointing out queen e2. I really like that move. It stops any ideas of rook h2, and it might be black's king that's in more trouble than white's king.
But Tanya, we were looking at this game just 10 minutes after, and Arjun was completely winning. And it's amazing how brilliantly Aradhya has kept resisting for such a long time. It's a game between the first seed and the last seed of the tournament.
Wow. Yeah, imagine. And it looked like it was going to be very easy with the way things started and how terrible Aradhya's position was. But Aradhya putting up some amazing defense here, and it still goes on. Arjun still has to convert this. Yes, it's looking good, but we've seen bigger advantages being messed up.
Absolutely. We have seen bigger advantages being messed up, and this one's far from clear, actually. There's no direct way to win. And I think the rule is if you don't see a direct way to win, then the game is pretty much on. And as a defensive side, you just keep resisting. Again, live today, fight tomorrow. And if you keep doing it, there's a pretty decent chance that your opponent doesn't end up converting it to a win.
Just every move that and every moment that you can be resourceful makes it more difficult for your opponent. He goes king d2, so he's sidestepping from the pin so that the bishop can also help in the attack. For example, after queen b5 check, he'll have a move like bishop b4 if the king moves to e7. But I think the queen on e2, he's gone for it. I was just wondering if he should keep the queen on e2. But he goes queen b5 immediately. And now bishop b4 check comes to mind. To push the king further if you go king e7, which is why Aradhya chooses the move rook to c6 instead. And still the attack on c3 plus queen f2 ideas. So black has got some tricks in the position.
Yes, he's got some tricks in the position, but Arjun forces on. He takes rook into d5, and now something like king c7 should lose the rook after this. So he goes for rook to d6, and Arjun ends up collecting a lot of pawns. But as long as his king is on d2, as long as the king has no shelter, black is always in with a defensive chance here. And white's biggest danger here in these types of positions is the possibility of a perpetual check.
I think white could potentially try and trade queens here, because if the queens get traded, then probably the pawns will be enough for Arjun to push further, because the a3 pawn is also extremely weak.
Absolutely, Tania. Absolutely. If he can trade the queens, it would be game over instantly. And do you think he would play queen g5 check?
Okay, so bishop b4.
But you can't lose. Can you do this though? This is totally tempting. And of course, bishop b4 as well, which you mentioned.
Bishop b4, I think, runs into queen f2. And then this d4 weakness is going to be a bit of a problem. And this might just immediately end in a draw.
True. This is probably a draw.
Or maybe even more, because after king c1, there was queen b2 check, queen d4. Actually, black is winning that position. Let's just show that line, that if you go bishop b4 here, queen f2, king c1, and you give
the
queen
only
b2
move to
check.
avoid a check on d4.
Yeah, and then you give a check, forcing the king to the d file, and after queen d4, you lose the bishop and you lose the game.
So still some dangers for Arjun to navigate through, and it's not even clear. He goes queen e5 check. It's not even totally clear to me if he's winning here. And I think queen g5 check, it has the danger of running into a draw, Tania, because with 2 pawns up, I don't think white is really winning. You need to be up by 3 pawns.
I mean, I completely agree with you, but I don't see a way for white to actually avoid these queen g2 ideas. And now king f7, queen f5. So he's going to go rook f6 now. It's the only move.
Queen h7 check.
Queen h7. And the point is that if you go queen g7, then you will trade.
Yes, now I'll trade, because now I have 3 pawns up, and I can play king e3, and your rook will be bound to the a3 pawn. So it's the most unfortunate way to get into a queen trade as black.
Line. I just bought a nice line. Let's go back to the live position. If you go king e6, king e6, queen e7, king f5, queen e5 check.
Oh,
you see it? King g6.
Now I see it.
Move, and f5 winning the queen.
Nice one.
So you can't go king e6. He's gone queen g7 because I think there was no alternative. You lose on king e6. King e8 was checkmate on e7. So queen g7 was the only move.
Jumping, he had to do it. Yeah, it was the frying pan into the fire situation. I was trying to find out where exactly he went wrong, Tania, and it looks like this was the point. Yeah, queen f5 check, king e7, queen e5 check, and here rook e6 was turned out to be a mistake. He had to go king d7, and he was still in the game.
Nice. But this is such a tough decision to make, and especially when you're playing on seconds. It's a bit like, you just take a chance. It's 50-50 and you just play one of the two options and hope that it's the right one.
I think you have to be Leon Mendonca to get this one right.
All right, now Arjun thinking, do you think he's going to trade queens, or will he try to get more with the bishop-queen combo?
No, I think he's going to trade queens. I think he's just calculating, making sure that he's winning in that position with 3 pawns up, because it feels so easy to take that decision from here when you're not playing. But when you're playing, you get only one chance. And this is such a committal decision, the last decision that you can take, after which there's no point of no return. So he's just making sure, but I think he's going to take queen into g7. And there he
He
goes.
goes for it. King e3. And now I think the a3 pawn will be traded for the a2 pawn. So a move like rook c6, rook c2 comes to mind. But probably after rook c6, you can start considering bishop c5.
Yes, this is the difficult thing about Black's position here. He goes rook h6.
Makes
to
more
get-
sense because rook h2 is one move that you can't fight against. So no bishop c5 stuff here. Rook h2, and at least you pick up the a2 pawn.
Yes, as Black, you get the a2 pawn, but now White starts advancing the b pawn. He gets
And you
it
get your
all the way
king,
up to
so
b6.
King f6.
Yeah, king to e4. And when the king goes close to the b pawn, then you start advancing the f pawn. And these two pawns are too far apart.
Very nice. Oh, wow. Okay, so this one looks like Arjun is in driving seat here. And as you mentioned, both pawns are going to be tough. Can we quickly go to Surya's board? It's about to finish any moment, I think.
We are here,
Look at those two
Tania.
pawns.
And why is the evaluation bar at equal?
Maybe it's just stuck. Maybe the eval bar needs to be refreshed. It sometimes happens.
Yeah, true. For a moment, I was thinking if there was some magic fortress here.
Yeah. No, just G2 and that's it. You go H1 or G1 next. If rook H2, there's G1. And white C7 pawn doesn't go any further. Vishak resigns. Let's head back to the Arjun game.
Back to the Arjun game where Arjun has a few... he's losing the f4 pawn, is it? He can play bishop d6. He can keep it alive. But it's going to go on for a while, Tania. It's not going to end anytime soon. It's going to take at least a couple of minutes. And Arjun, he's thinking he will probably defend with bishop d6. Oh, he just goes with king c6. He just goes and advances the pawn. He's calculated to the end. This pawn is going all the way to b7 and then king c7, and there's no way this king can come in time. It's a shouldering concept we see in pawn endgames. You just go b6, king e6, b7, and then king to c7 and
or
b8,
even bishop
and there's
b6,
no way.
Yeah, and you can even go bishop b6 and just block it.
Yes, you can go bishop b6 and block it as well. But yeah, there's no way for the king to get to b8 in time.
So the most important thing for white, as you're mentioning, is to make sure that black's king is not able to come into defense. And I think the setup that he has makes it impossible for black's king to come closer to the b pawn.
Yeah. And now b7 and bishop b6, and it's game over.
Yeah, you could go king c7, you could go bishop b6. But nice technique there by Arjun. After trading the queens, calculating this till pretty much the end, you pick up the a3 pawn, give the a2 pawn, and just a very, very straightforward, clean win. He goes for your idea of king c7.
And now b8 queen, and I think Aradhya will resign here. Oh, he's still playing on. These guys don't resign, Tania.
I feel that, he did now, but I think in OTB, it's a bit more annoying to deal with, but I think you can understand in online chess, especially when players are playing on seconds. Anything can happen and playing till the very end. So you can't fault a player for not resigning and not giving up ever.
Yes, and we have seen how well it pays off in so many of these games as well. And it's not so straightforward. Meanwhile, we also have kickoff for the round 8 games. The game between Karthikeyan and Deepten has begun. So action happening pretty fast here, Tania. And the big game, one of the big games to watch out for in round 8 is Nihal against Arvind and Mitraba against Arjun, and Ronak will not play against Gukesh. It starts with the Berlin. It started with the Berlin and the anti-Berlin. So maybe before the other games begin, we can go in for a quick break.
Let's do that, Sri. Let's take a quick break. Let's fill in our cups of whatever it is that we are drinking, and you can win one of these if you enter the contest and answer all the questions correctly. We'll be back in just a moment. Just give us 2 minutes.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only a butt slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Welcome back, everyone, to the round 8 of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Some exciting action coming up in the last round of day 2. And one of the big matches to watch out for is the game between Nihal and Arvind Chidambaram, which started with the London system, which is one of Nihal's go-to openings. Whenever Nihal has been wanting to get a game without exerting himself with too much of opening theory, or just an important game where he wants to play for a win without risking much, he goes for the London system. And this is also Magnus Carlsen's go-to opening in similar situations. Nihal started out with the London system. And as we mentioned earlier, one of the ways to respond with black after d4, knight f6, knight f3 is d5. And after bishop f4, c5, this was one of the ways to respond against the London system. The other way is to go with e6. And this is something which isn't seen as much these days. Black prefers to go with d5 because this takes away some of the options for black against the side variations. But e6, bishop f4, b6 without playing d5, this is the other way to play against the London system. And now with white, you just go e3, knight d2, h3, c3, the typical London system moves, which is why this is such an easy system to play and one of the most nicer systems to have across levels, because it's so easy to get these moves e3, c3, h3, regardless of what the opponent plays. It makes it so easy. And this is what Nihal did, bishop d3 and short castle. And out here in the live position, Nihal started initiating action with knight g5 around here, trying to get his knight to e4, not to checkmate on h7, because black setup is very solid here, so checkmate is not really expected to happen. But knight g5, h6, knight e4, takes, and both the knights have been traded, and white has very little here, but he still has something. He goes queen b3, attacking the b6 pawn, queen d8, and now white has options to play something like a5, b5, c4, and black has to watch out for this. But against c4, black can respond with b into c4, and it's not so easy for white to create anything here. So from the opening, it looks like black is doing okay here. So this is the status update in the Nihal Arvind game. But look at the time that Nihal has. He has 17 minutes, and Arvind has taken a bit of time. He has 12 minutes. But from what I can see, it looks okay for black here. But maybe what I'm missing here is, against queen d8, instead of starting with a5, white can start with c4. This can be very troublesome and problematic for black. So you have to be careful in these types of situations with black. It can go wrong really quickly. This is one of the live games which has started. The other game is between Karthikeyan and Deeptan, which started off with the Berlin defense. And it was the anti-Berlin, one of the more fighting lines. But here, a lot of pieces have got exchanged. Queen into f3. Black will take the pawn on b2. He was down by a pawn, so he will retake that. And the end position after takes a3 is pretty equal here. So I think this one's equal. Nihal has a bit of pressure against Arvind. And the other live game we have is between Abhimanyu Puranik against Leon Mendonca, which started off in the night of opening. But after h3, usually black plays a lot of e5. And in this game, Leon went for e6, which is a much more old-fashioned way of playing the knight off, and something that was prominent in the times of Kasparov and before that. And e6, g4, h6. This is a variation in which white can get a fierce and fearsome attack. So bishop g2, bishop e7, and now white goes h4, knight c6, g5, going right for it, opening up lines. Takes, rook into h1, bishop into h1, knight h7, f4. And I like how white's position is. So this is a status update on all the different live games. Before we go into as we await the start of the other games, let's have a quick look at the standing after round 7.
Wow, Sri, I was just seeing this position that you had on the board with Abhimanyu and Leon Mendonca. I think once again, this is going to be a very, very fighting game, and one that I'm very excited about, especially remembering Abhimanyu's play against Karthikeyan, which is always, it just promises to be a position, a game of fire. And this is where we stand. So we can see Abhimanyu is on 3rd place. So he's really up on the leaderboard. And of course, Ronak still leads with 17 points. A reminder of the scoring system: for every win, a player gets 3 points. For a draw, it's 1 point to each, which is why we see Ronak with a massive score of 17 points. He's been phenomenal on day 1 and keeps the consistency in day 2. Arvind at 15 points. He did have a little disaster.
He actually has 12 points, Tania, because the 3 points against Gukesh, that will not be counted.
You're right. So the 3 points against Gukesh will not be counted. So he's on 12 points. He did lose to Aradhya today. So there's a little bit of an adjustment that's required on this. Meanwhile, Abhimanyu and Nihal with 14. But then what about Nihal's game with Gukesh as well?
That will also not be counted, Tania, despite... oh, wait. Yeah,
or
it won't be counted.
All of them are
None
counted
of the games will
because
not
it's a
counted.
bye. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
or
either way,
it
can be 0 for everyone, or it can be 3 for everyone, but it's the same, yeah?
Yeah, so I think in these standings, it's being taken as 3 for everyone. So if it is like that, then right now Nihal is on 4th place. We'll, by the way, confirm this, and maybe Manu can give us some clarity on this, that whether the players get 3 points for the game against Gukesh, or they get nothing. And then we've got Arjun at 12. So Arjun's made a lot of progress today.
He's won 3 games in a row. And the game against Aradhya was not the smoothest, but I think today we are seeing much more of the Arjun that we have grown to expect.
Absolutely. Okay, let's get back to the chess and take a look at some of the positions that we've got on. And I see a lot of action on the boards. Let's also quickly look at the Surya versus Vantika board. I'm not sure if you caught any of that, but it's an interesting, I think it probably came from the Sveshnikov, the Sicilian, and
The night off.
The night off. Oh, yes, the night off. Let's see how it went from the top.
So it started with 1e4. Surya's been doing a lot of 1e4 in this tournament, Tania. And I guess maybe, taking inspiration from Vishy, who is also exclusively doing a lot of 1e4 these days. And Surya, okay, I'm not giving away anything. E4,
you
C5.
You can't stop mid-sentence, Sri. You have to finish what you started. Didn't you hear that line from Gladiator?
Was it there?
No, I was just trying to trick you into that, but...
Tania, we have the giveaway questions today, and the contest, I believe, is still on. So we are not giving away anything for the giveaway.
My bad on that. But you're absolutely right that here Surya is very inspired and he's sticking to his repertoire with E4.
Yes, which is also his childhood opening. And Vantika plays exclusively knight off against 1e4. At least that was the case when I last spent time with her. And knight off, bishop e3, the English attack, because a lot of English players, people from England in the 70s and 80s played this bishop e3 setup with f3 and g4. So bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop e7, f3, bishop to e6. Now this is already a decision point for black here. He can either start with bishop e6 or bishop e7. He can choose to delay the development of the f8 bishop, or he can develop it first. And the advantage of developing the bishop to e7 is there are certain variations where, let's say, white goes something like f4, and here knight g4 is more powerful because with the bishop on e6, this bishop comes under f5. So bishop e7 keeps that flexibility open. So f3, bishop e6, queen d2, h5, knight d5, knight into d5, e into d5. h5 is already a very modern move which started after 2000, and it prevents all these g4, g4 related ideas. But usually after h5, white typically responds with knight d5 in these type of setups. The game suddenly turns much more strategic. White, who was intending to play long castle g4, g5 and storm against black's king, now suddenly turns towards castling on the short side. So he just puts his pawn on d5, gets the structure, gets the bishop to e2, and goes towards short castle, and then breaks the structure with f4. So the point is now this h5 pawn, which was played to prevent this avalanche of pawns on g4, g5, is a bit of a misfit.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, that you have to, all these moves with the h and the g pawn, they're so tempting, and we see them played across tournaments all the time. But if you're not careful with the follow-up, they can just often end up becoming a weaknesses in the game. And I think that's what we're witnessing here in Vantika's position. And I think regardless, I'm not sure if the eval bar is working, by the way, Sri, because I think you have to sort of readjust or refix it, refresh it. But I don't know what the eval bar says. But looking at this h5 pawn, you're definitely wishing right now that it was on h7 and not on h5. So bishop f4, eyeing that d6 pawn, the h5 pawn under fire. I think definitely a lot to be happy about. The knight can jump to d4. In the current position that we have, a few more moves have been made. So let's just get that up to date. The knight can jump to d4, supporting that c2 pawn, hitting that bishop on f5. The b5 square is a weakness. The a5 pawn is under fire. The h5 pawn is a weakness. So definitely, I think a lot of reasons for Surya, for Gangs to be happy with his opening outcome. I want to jump to the board of Aradhya versus Harsha, because once again, a bit of an unconventional opening we see here. Black behind in development. White has completed development. Not just that, is already advancing with his forces. Knight d5. I like this move. Knight f6, a natural developing move, but chat, there's a big problem with a move like knight f6. And I'm going to ask chat about this, Sri. What happens if black plays knight f6? You want to develop your pieces, but what's the problem?
Interesting question, Tania. I think it's a very interesting question. One which I expect chat to solve it pretty easily though.
I do feel that a lot of times our chat is pretty strong. And we ask them these tactical questions and they're super sharp. They answer it really
Yeah,
quickly as well.
they've kind of grown up with us, I think, in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Sri, although I have to say that, you might still have some growing up to do.
No comments there.
Rugby 8 played with chat. Tell us why. I don't have the chat with me. Sri, can you see if they found what happens after knight f6?
Not yet. Chat is talking about Chat is talking about a lot of different things, but not about the chess
Might have
moves
distracted
from
chat
what I
a
can
little
see.
bit with the growing up thing.
Dayan is he came close to the right answer, Tania. He didn't come up with the moves, but he points out about a fork in the end. But my chat is totally distracted, which I just noticed.
All right. Well, I do see. I think now we are getting in. Chat is back to chess now, with Deep and Ekta both answering with the correct problem that Black will face after knight f6. Let's just show it. You want to finish development. You want to make a move like knight f6, challenge that knight, but this runs into bishop b6. Well done. And the problem is that now you hit the queen. No time to trade on d5, and knight c7, as Dayan was pointing out, fork in the end. And that's the problem with this idea, which is what explains Black's move rook to b8. So you're fighting against bishop b6, but I still think the momentum is with White. Black's still behind in development. How can Aradhya keep the initiative going here?
That's not. That's usually the answer to that question. Usually lies somewhere on the queen side, Tania, because the thing with these kind of setups in Sicilian defense, where Black kind of neglects development, if you're slow on the if you're well developed on the queen side, then you're slow on the king side, you get an initiative. If you're well developed on the king side, then you're slow on the queen side. So I expect White to solve his immediate threats. There is a threat of bishop into f3 and bishop into b2, and both these threats can be solved in one move with knight d4, with the idea of knight c6. And once Black takes steps to defend he goes for bishop a7. He goes for something different. But bishop a7, bishop rook b7, bishop d4. I think that's his idea. Yeah, that's what he goes for.
So he just puts the rook on b7 before trading off the bishops. A natural approach. We'll come back to this, but hot action on the Abhimanyu Leon board. So let's quickly jump to that. The one thing that I'm super impressed with Abhimanyu is how fast he plays. He plays attacking and aggressive, and all these moves which one would think, you want to calculate, spend your time on. His king is in the center. He doesn't care. And he's taken 12 and a half minutes on the clock. A queen h5, the knight on h7 under fire. If you take knight takes g5, that would run into, well, I think after knight g5, I don't know if you even want to give a check on h8. I think you just take on f4.
Yeah, I think you just take on f4 because White's advantage is in how superior his pieces are. And queen h8 kind of messes up the coordination a bit for the White pieces. So start with bishop f4, and I think just castle long, bring the rook also into the game. And it's not so easy for Black to make a move because this g5 knight is under constant surveillance by the White pieces. And to castle long, you have to move your queen. But you can't move your queen because it's defending the g5 knight, and there's no way to reinforce the defense of the g5 knight. So this is a mess that Black is in right now. And after queen h5, he kind of has to take knight into g5. Otherwise, White takes bishop into f4 anyway. He gets all the benefits, but without losing a pawn.
Very interesting. And I know Leon's running under low on the clock, but we've seen him today just how strong he is, even with seconds on the clock. So one can't really go with the fact that he's got just 5 minutes. He's super sharp, and he's got a very Grischuk style of play, where even though he's low on the clock in every game, his strength still remains.
Yeah, I think the cycle goes like Grischuk, Nihal, Leon, and
Oh, and look at this. Queen he finds b6. A very interesting move. Queen b6, and we saw the eval bar suddenly jump down. Queen b6, which looks like it's giving up the h7 knight. Let's just go back and try and understand this move. So he's activated the queen, and the problem is that after queen takes h7, you jump in with the queen with queen g1 check.
But
And now,
is this a problem, Tanya? I mean, it needs to be calculated, yeah, because the h1 bishop is defended, and if I can find a way to escape from the checks, if I can do it, maybe I'm not so bad as white.
so king d2 and at least queen e3 here.
At the very least, there's a perpetual check, yeah.
For
So this
black,
cannot be
right?
good for white.
Yeah, exactly. So
Unless I go king e2.
and I was thinking about knight d4 ideas, but it's also so tempting to start with f3. But let's see what happens after knight d4.
Knight d4 is intending to go king d3, you know, just walk, walk, walk.
Walk, walk, walk.
But maybe f3 is the problem here.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting in f3, which just seems to create a complete mess on the board.
Yeah, I think here it looks like king d3 runs into a checkmate in one, queen d4.
Oh, wow.
And bishop f3,
knight d4, and then at least you can pick up the bishop on f3.
Yeah, and white is never really getting anywhere with the checks on the 8th rank because of bishop f8.
Wow.
One move to stop them all.
One move to stop them all, one move to rule them all. But can I just say queen b6, massively impressive. We were only looking at knight g5 because all your attention is on the king side. You're always looking at, you know, what is attacked on the king side. And then suddenly this resource on the queen side, on the other end of the board, bringing the queen into play.
Absolutely, Tanya. Once again, Leon showing incredible mettle. But also, I think maybe Abhimanyu was a bit hasty here. He made this move queen h2 with just 2 seconds of thought. And here it looks like he had something better because the evaluation bar was showing such a big advantage for white until this point. And it was at this point after queen h2 that everything changed.
Everything changed. Abhimanyu played it in just a couple of seconds, as you're pointing out, which means that he was sort of prepared for this idea of queen b6. He had spotted it himself. I think one of the big strategies in Abhimanyu's play that we've seen is a very strong control on the clock. We know that in these formats, the clock plays an equally important role as the position on the board, and Abhimanyu is putting so much pressure there. Knight d5, still problems are not over. It's still a very concrete position. It's hard to talk about general principles here, like development, like castling, because the
King
threats
safety.
keep going. King safety, but king safety might actually come into question at some point. Knight d5, queen d4. I love this move. You've centralized the queen. The bishop on e7 is defended. You know what? It's starting to look like black is going to be enjoying this position now.
I think you're absolutely right, Tanya. It looks like black is taking over, and I'm myself enjoying black's position right now. I'm starting to enjoy it because of how weak this g5 pawn is. I think black is already a pawn up, and this g5 pawn looks set to be falling in all the different lines. And the way white's king is, there is no way he can castle long with the queen on d4 starring. And therefore, white kind of has to try and trade the queens, which goes into an endgame, and in the endgame, these pawns are a weakness. So I think it's very clear that black is in the driver's seat here.
I think black doesn't even care about that. Literally doesn't even care about the knight on h7. He's saying, you know what, take it if you want it. I don't care. It's your king that I'm targeting after queen h7. Other moves might be possible, but I am so tempted to get the rook into the attack. Queen h7, let's just show that on the board. And I'm sure the engine has many other ideas. Maybe queen g1 check is stronger, but even rook e8 is just so tempting to make.
Indeed, Tanya. Even rook e8 is so tempting to make, bringing in a new piece into the game. Yeah, so many different options. Although I'm still I would still try and play queen g1 check first, because the thing with rook e8, there can be variations with something like king f1, and black still has queen d1 check, but this kind of makes white's escape easier. And
bishop takes g5, it kind of continues, no?
Oh, it certainly does continue. True. It certainly does continue, and maybe it's time to already. No, I think white has to play bishop f3.
Queen e1, queen g3.
Yeah, this is lost. This is lost.
Or rook e1 mate as well. Yeah, this is just over, no? I mean, this. The point is that the knight on h7 doesn't matter. As you mentioned, yeah, general principles, Tania, you might not care about. King safety, you're definitely going to care about. And I think that's the problem in White's position. Now Abhimanyu slows down, but Sri, it might be too late.
I wouldn't, for Abhimanyu, I think it's never too late. And yesterday was talking about all these tricks and cheapos and stuff, but Abhimanyu was kind of like the forefather of these things in the previous generation. He's one generation ahead of a lot of these different juniors, counting 5 years as one generation in chess. And I think Abhimanyu is kind of like, he was well ahead of them. He was already very good at tricking opponents in bad positions. He was very fast, very tricky, very tactical. And now the next generation has, I think even advanced one more step in this.
This is actually big. I mean, I agree with you. Anything can happen. We've seen that happen time and time over again in this event. And you really can't call out a result before it happens. But it does look like big trouble for White here. And it all comes down to the king on e1. C3, and I think that moment with queen h2 quickly rushed out by Abhimanyu might decide this game. C3 attacking the queen, so not giving black the opportunity to go rook e8 just yet. Does black keep the pressure with a move like queen d3, or do you go queen e5 check? Both again, very, very tempting options. But perhaps queen d3, there might be knight f4, so I'm not really convinced on it.
Yes, but you can continue on with queen into f5, yeah? But queen e5 check certainly looks more forcing. So Leon
and it's on
goes
the board.
for it.
Yeah, I agree with
pretty
you.
quickly.
I 100% agree.
It's hard to make moves that spoil your position as black here because of you're so dominating. But Abhimanyu will find a way to keep complexities going, Tania. And he'll find a way to put pressure on his opponent's clock too.
It's amazing he doesn't even panic. Most of us would be like, oh my God, my king is in the center. I'm going to get checkmated. Let's offer a queen trade with queen e2. But queen e2 would give black so many options. One of the simplest one that comes to mind is simply grabbing the g5 pawn. So after king, instead of king e1, if let's say white did make the move queen to e2, black could just go bishop g5 here. And once again, maybe many other options are there, but just in this position, you go into an endgame and you're 2 pawns up.
Oh, but look, Tania, look. The evolution bar again changing a bit. Leon took knight into g5. And honestly, it's taking a lot of time for me to process here what's happening. It's a very, very complex position. It's definitely not straightforward. And
I think the problem with knight takes g5 is that it allows bishop f4.
Yes, bishop f4, queen f5.
And what next is the question.
Exactly. But Abhimanyu is someone who thrives in chaos.
Okay,
He's the kind of guy.
Okay, check this out. Knight e7, queen g2. How do you like that?
Wow.
You love it, no?
I definitely love it.
These are the moments when I wish Abhijit was on the stream. Then he would be like, it's fine, you can continue commentating.
Yeah, we need to make a highlight clip of it. Tania,
I don't know if
it.
Okay, it actually works because even if you go queen d3 check, you just come back bishop d2 and you maintain both threats on the knight on g5 and the pawn on b7. Also, let's point out that black can't go queen d5. Queen d5 check was not a possibility. Yeah, so
hey, I'm not sure here, Tania. Knight c6.
Do not ruin my excitement.
I'm
here.
sorry,
Okay, so
I owe the truth to the chat.
You do owe the truth. So, okay, let's just point out your point that after queen takes g5, you want to go queen f1. And yeah, bishop e1, you pick up the bishop. Fair enough. And king c2, you pick up the rook.
Yes, so I think the variation goes on after queen d3 check, but here maybe bishop d2 is not the move.
King c1 change something?
King c1 certainly changes something.
I go bishop g5. I think this is the accurate way to play.
Yeah, this is the way to play. But that was a fantastic spot. Bishop f4, knight e7, queen g2, and I think it's happening in the game too.
Oh my God!
I expect to see this position, Tania.
Queen f5 played. Okay, Sri, if he goes knight e7, queen g2, and the tactics are working, my day is made.
Would you play in the next leg if this happens?
Done. No, I think like it It would be a really fun experience to play. But I think, to be completely honest, online chess has always been a big challenge to me. I've never grown up playing online. I only started playing online during the pandemic. I don't think I might have had like 10 or 20 games in all before that.
Wow.
But
Wow.
it's definitely a format that I'm always pushing myself to try and get better at. You know how you always want to do things that you're not able to do? So
I know.
online rapid and blitz is one of those things for me. He goes queen g2, he starts with it. He doesn't go knight e7 first, and the eval bar disapproves of this move order.
I think maybe he was not totally convinced, Tanya, of this position after knight e7, knight e7, queen g2, queen
Maybe
d3
queen
check,
d3, yeah.
king
c1, he
c1.
didn't like something. I don't know
Yeah,
what he didn't
and
like.
I think
But
the
he didn't
variation
like
goes on, like knight c6, bishop into g5, rook e8.
Okay, bishop
And
d2. Bishop d2, you go rook. Okay, bishop d2.
rook e2,
Yeah, I give a check on g4.
f5.
I go queen f4. I mean, it definitely goes on. I get your point, but
Yeah, and I think it's scarier for
no, I see
white
your
here.
point. It's not over.
But I don't think this queen g2 is an improvement in any way. Knight into e7 was the absolute way to go. Because after queen g2, bishop f6, white has all the disadvantages of this position, queen d3 check and rook e8 and all that. And he doesn't even have an extra piece.
This is a different story. This is a different movie altogether. I mean, you go queen g2. It's not the same because of black's last move, bishop f6. Now the knight on c6 is a block on that battery of the queen on g2 and the bishop on h1. And it's a whole different game again.
Yeah, it's a whole different game, and it's a game that's going in favor of Leon, who is I think very, very, very impressive. I mean, he takes his time, he plays slow, good old-fashioned way, but the composure he has in these kind of moments is simply out of the world. Nihal also possesses this quality, but I have grown to see that in the last few years, so I'm not amazed anymore. I'm like, oh, here it goes again. Nihal doing another magic trick.
Nihal
But,
just being Nihal now.
And also, I thought Nihal is. I mean, I forgot what I wanted to say, but
Nihal
yeah,
has that effect on you.
of not being in A. Yeah. What I was thinking is, I always thought Nihal is a kind of exception, that only he can play like that. Only he can play in that mind-numbing way. I mean, initially it was Grishchuk and then Nihal. But to see that another junior, who is not even 2 years younger than him, with a similar mold.
How old is Leon?
He's just a bit older than Gugesh. He's 16, I think. 15
Wow.
or 16.
Just amazing control over
2006
nerves now. And 96 played and still fighting. I mean, he's doing that thing he's been doing the whole day, right? Coming down to seconds and then making resourceful moves. And you just feel like your opponent will collapse any moment, but Leon does not collapse.
No, he does not bend. He just but also this question is not as dangerous for him, Tanya. He has everything under control. Again, the key thing when you're in this kind of time trouble is to keep everything protected, keep everything defended, and you don't leave a lot to calculation. When you start, you need time to calculate. So when you keep calculating and trying to find the best moves when you have less time, like you do when you have time, then you start making blunders because you just don't have enough time, and the mind starts screaming in panic at some point, and you make the first move that comes to your mind, and that turns out to be a blunder. So again, this takes a lot of practice, but it's also, I think, a skill that can be acquired by every single person, just like any other thing. You have to play in a different way when you have less time. You have to take decisions in a different way. And now he goes knight c5. Once again, you see how he keeps everything protected, how he keeps everything safe. And he's not leaving it to a lot of deep calculation, long calculation. He's just making these moves, which are good moves and safe moves, strategically strong moves.
So you're saying that one can actually work on the skill and consciously try in their games that when they're shot on time and they're running on seconds, to consciously tell yourself to not go for these lines which require calculation and precision. Instead, to just focus on keeping things protected and playing simple moves, which are not based on calculation, but just making sure that everything remains intact in the position, not taking any major decisions, not playing committal moves, not going for a sacrifice.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a very trainable skill, and it kind of, your brain kind of goes into a second mode of thought. It just automatically kicks in. Like for example, you have a primary internet connection, it fails, and then imagine a second internet taking over with no lag at all. I think you kind of have to consciously change that gear, and again, that comes with practice. I don't think you can consciously tell yourself do this, because that's not how our mechanism works. You don't say be happy now and then it turns on like a switch, right? Similarly, I don't think you can change gears by saying being very conscious about it. But if you put yourself in that position, if you create enough instances in your memory where you're in that situation and where you have acted in a certain way, then that's how you train yourself. Then you start acting in the same way.
But that's the point, right, Sri? That you want to create enough memories. And for that initial stage, very often we have to be aware of it. We have to be conscious of it. That, we have this habit of trying to calculate in time pressure, but this time I'm not going to do it. Instead, what I'm going to focus on is playing simpler, keeping my pieces protected, and trying to take decisions which don't require long lines and making my brain hazy. So for that initial adjustment, you need to be very aware of these situations, as you're pointing out. And it's funny what you said about not being able to trick your brain. I actually read this study about how, let's say, if you're not having the best day, which a lot of us don't many times, and you're going through this whole up and down situation, it could be many things. And I'm talking off the board stuff. If you actually, and maybe you guys can try it, chat. If you just smile randomly, okay, like actually smile for 45 seconds, okay, 45 seconds, even if you have nothing to smile about, you can actually trick your brain to believing that you have something to smile about. And I tried it and it worked.
Interesting.
That you can actually trick your brain to believe something which is not real. And it might not be a permanent fix, but it can have that effect. And that's what it is about, just consciously doing something before it becomes a second nature.
Oh yes, absolutely, Tania. It doesn't fix things, but if you can lift your mood, you're already working much better towards fixing your things.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I think it's amazing practical advice. I'll try that too.
Try it and tell us on tomorrow's broadcast if it worked or not. So you have to just smile for 45 seconds without any reason.
But also I have very few days which are bad days. So I think I need some time to try it out.
And that's a crazy flex.
Sorry, chat. Sorry, Tania.
All right. Well, okay. So let's get back to the chess and a chat. Even if you guys try this little trick out, I actually did read about it and it worked for me. Then tell me if it works tomorrow or not. But what is going on? Let's take a quick look at whose board should we jump to? So this one, I think we can conclude for now. We will come back to it that black has got 2 extra pawns. And also if you compare the black and white, the pieces, right? All of black's pieces are centralized. There seems to be coordination. White has a very strong knight on d5, but no apparent targets so far. The knight on c6 controls everything. The king is safe as well. So things looking good for Leon, but actually Leon's got 16 seconds. Do you want to stick to this game?
I think, yeah, we can stick to this game, and maybe we can have a quick look at the Mitrava Arjun game, which is also about to end, and then get back here. And in the Mitrava Arjun game, Arjun has 11 minutes, Tania, and he looks set to win his 4th game of the day. Arjun sticking to his billing as one of the favorites of this tournament. Once again, he didn't have the best of the first days, but
the worst of the first days.
Yes, but he'll be happy that his game against Gukesh again doesn't count. Again, a lot of questions in the chat about why Gukesh is not playing. It's because his internet connection, he just couldn't find a good internet connection. He was not playing from his home. He was out. and he had a lot of internet troubles on the day one, and that was already affecting his games. So he decided not to endure it anymore. So
all right, and the live position we have right now, I think we can safely say that Arjun is, well, things are looking
winning.
great for Arjun. He's got an extra exchange, he's got an extra pawn, so it's about technique. Usually Arjun shows us on-point technique. We'll keep an eye out on this one, but let's go back to the Abhimanyu board, where Leon is in driving seat, but he's got only 19 seconds on the clock.
He's got 19 seconds on the clock, Tania. He's not got only 19. It's Leon. And 19 seconds is a lot of time for Leon. He plays these things with 1 second remaining, and with b3 I already see some winning ideas like knight b4.
Right,
This is the trick. This is the trick.
Oh, nice.
You move the knight and he's setting up. Look, this is how old people like me get tricked when we play chess.
No, and you're
But
absolutely
Leon
right.
doesn't fall for it.
About 15 seconds is too much for Leon. We've seen him make moves like queen b5, bishop d3 with 1 second on the clock. And Leon again keeping control. You know what you were just mentioning? I think Leon just does that amazingly well. He doesn't go for any direct stuff with knight b4, taking his chances, or tries to finish the game immediately. But instead, just slow moves. Everything's defended. My knight is defending my king. My queen is defending my pawn. Let's just advance it. The bishop is defended. The rook is defended. Nothing can be picked up. I'm in a safe and a happy place.
Perfectly summed up. So f4, f3, and now he's, I think, already anticipating g5, g4, g3. Do you think he'll go g5?
Queen e2 is maybe too premature, because after queen e2, you can trade and go rook e1 and pick up the pawn.
Yep. It might work. It might still work, but we don't do this in 15 seconds.
One second, is knight e7 an option after rook e1?
Yeah, knight e7 is also an option, but I thought knight b4 is flashier.
Oh, knight b4, same idea. I'm sorry, I totally blanked out because I got so excited about knight e7.
Oh, look! Knight in b4 actually appeared on the board, Tania, and Abhimanyu kind of gets this trick, but it's not enough because knight c8, king b8, Leon goes happily into this.
Yeah, now queen c2 is a massive threat. I mean, what have you got next? Queen a7, you just go pick up the knight. And then queen c2 will be a big threat. If you move your knight somewhere, at least this is just game over. And after queen a8, it's just one check. And let's just show that king c7, no checks, and the position is completely busted for white. On the other hand, if you go knight b6 in the current live board that we have, amongst, I think queen e2 just wraps up the game immediately. Queen e2, trade, rook e1, and knight d3.
Yep. So he goes king b3. And I think even something like queen c2 check should be game over here, I think, because these two pawns should run.
And you just
probably not, because I'm not sure. This king is too close.
Too close. It might still be better for black, but I feel there has to be something more in this position.
For sure.
Knight d3, and he shows us the way. Very natural move. Queen a7, you still have king takes c8, and black keeps all the threats in the position. Queen e2 coming in next. Where is white's queen headed? Wow, what a game by Leon. One more time, we're just playing on less than a minute.
I know, right?
And
knight into
amongst
f2.
many things, you can just take knight f2.
Yes, it's a bit of a resignation move. Yes.
You can also go bishop d6. You can also go queen d5 check. It just feels like everything wins and he chooses. And this is important. In such situations, you choose one direction and you go for it. And I think this is the cleanest.
And Abhimanyu has finally waved the white flag.
And you can see how disappointed he is, because he really got a dream position out of the opening, getting that queen on h5. And it all comes down to that unsettling move, queen b6 in the opening by Leon Mendoca. When he played queen b6, this was the moment, Sri, where I think Abhimanyu just lost the balance.
Totally agree with you, Tania. That queen h2, the hasty move, it just turned things around for Abhimanyu. And Leon has had a good day today, yeah?
Very good day. And I think he's leapfrogging on the standings. We'll take a look at that quickly, but we've still got some live action on. So let's jump over. Can we just get an update on the Surya board? Because I think this is not looking good for Vantika. And this, again, it just comes down to that h5 pawn, which is such a big glaring weakness, and Black's king just feels unsafe. Even moves like queen h4 right now targeting, but there's queen e1 check, so Vantika keeps the
Yeah,
game
but
going.
I don't think you need to be worried about this, Tania. Do you have to? Like, can't you just go king h2? Because
I
the
know you're
threat is
never
not rook
worried,
into
as you
h5,
pointed out.
but the
Rook
threat is
h5
rook into
isn't a threat.
f6.
Rook f6 is a big threat.
Yeah.
Maybe queen e and queen e4, there's rook takes h5. Oh, that's beautiful.
Absolutely. So she goes queen to d8, but now you have all these heavy pieces prowling around the Black's king, and the Black's pieces have no access to their king. So this is the reason why Black's pieces are so disconnected. It's a long distance relationship which is not working out for the Black king with his pieces.
I can hear some pain in your voice.
It's not real.
The pain or the long distance relationship?
Let's get back to chess, Tania.
All right, fair enough. So you were mentioning the long distance relationship.
I was mentioning queen h4 and and the heavy pieces around Black's king.
Yeah, and I think we saw this crazy game that Surya played. You remember, with the pawn on d6 and e6, and we felt there were a million ways. And very often in these kind of pleasant positions, you try to find something incredible instead of going for a simple line. Eventually, Surya won that game, but it was filled with hiccups. And I think in this position, hopefully he can just make, and I like what he's doing. He's going rook g3, queen h4 will come, rook g5 ideas, hitting that g7 pawn. So not going to look for these sacrifices on f6 just yet, but continuing to build pressure on Black's pawns.
Yeah, continuing to build pressure on Black's pawns and against his king. The safest thing to do. And I think the word I can associate most with this Surya's tendency to want to finish is, I think, maybe flamboyance. That was a word that kept coming on my brain. And if I could tell him, just win the game, it doesn't matter how, get some wins going.
Queen e1 check on the board, where we had a similar position in our analysis earlier. And of course, Vantika in a difficult spot with just 12 seconds. The clock isn't her only problem here. The position also very difficult to defend. You were mentioning rook f6 now, a major threat on the board, just checkmating Black. And after queen e7, now if you go rook f6, Vantika wants to take queen takes f6 and bring the queen into the defense with queen h6 next. So now I like Surya's next move, queen g5. And this might just be wrapping things up. Well, you just take on g4 if nothing else. You can just go h takes g4, no?
Yeah, you can just go h takes g4. Will Surya do that? Yeah, he does.
Yeah. This you do without thinking too much. Queen g5, rook g5, you've got a full piece. And expecting this one to be over any moment now.
Oh, he did it because it's a check, Tania. I think that's why he did it so quickly.
Because it's a check?
Not looking. Yeah, knight g4 is a check.
Yes, hg4, and it might just be the only move actually. So h takes g4 and h4 played, and now you can just go rook h3. He's having a little think here, but I think rook h3 will be played in the end.
Yeah, you can still mess up the game if you, for example, go for a queen trade trying to win, and then fall into this check.
Nice trick though, nice trick.
But I don't expect Surya to fall for this.
No, I don't think he's going to fall for it. He's looking very concentrated, and I don't see him falling for this. I think rook e3 or rook h3 or rook f3. He says, I'll go for a fourth
But
option.
why so much concentration in this position? I don't understand.
Not sure. I think it's just, you want to make sure that you wrap it up as quickly and as cleanly as possible. But
I think the game was a bit slow to update, maybe. I don't know.
All right, so this one looks like Surya is going to take it. What other action do we have on? Did Arjun manage? So Arjun managed to win his game. Has he had 4 wins in a row?
Yes, Tania. He had 4 wins in a row. And conversely, Vantika, unfortunately, might head towards a 4th defeat in a row. Brutal.
Tough day for Vantika, but wow, Arjun making a major comeback right now on day 2. Well, he's redeemed himself from everything we saw on day 1.
And the other newcomer in this tournament, Aradhya Garg, he seems to be doing well to show that he's not really an outsider here. He belongs here, and he has had such fantastic results so far. He defeated Vishak, he defeated Arvind, and he's lost 3 games against Abhimanyu Vantika. So -1, but I think it's still a pretty decent result. And in this endgame right now, it looks pretty balanced and equal. It's an opposite color bishop, and one of the minor pieces got traded off. I think the knights are also set to get traded off, and I expect a draw in this position. So Surya is winning. This one's likely to be a draw, and all the other games are over. King f6, bringing the king in. It's 4 versus 4. The black pawns are all pretty disjointed, but I don't really think that's any cause for concern here for black, because white doesn't really have easy access to attack these pawns. So the king can potentially go to e7, defend the d6 pawn from here, because you want the knight to come to e5 rather than the king. So go the king to e7, knight to e5, and once the knight gets to e5, the knight has access to greener pastures. Knight can go to g6 and trade the knight, which would end in an instant draw. Oh, he goes with the king to e5. I was wrong on all counts, but I think it's still the same thing. King e3.
And he can also try to get knight g5 in and try and get the knight from e4 as well.
True, because the light squares cannot be controlled by white. He only has a dark square bishop, so the knight on e4 looks good, and he's going exactly for that, Tania.
So knight g5 played, and you get your knight into the game. Things looking good for Harsha, but also white in control. I mean, white's pawn structure just makes it so much easier for white to keep everything under control.
True, white's pawn structure is so much more compact. And even from e4, you're not really attacking any weaknesses. The g3 pawn is protected by the h2 pawn. The c3 pawn is protected by the b2 pawn. And with 96 is a draw offer, and I think Aradhya will take it, because despite his impressive performance, he's, I think, been happy to, he's been a bit passive in this tournament. He's been happy to make some of his draws.
But in this position, it's understandable, right? Because you can't really retreat with the knight to d3 and exchange the bishop for the knight, because then the black knight would become, I think, quite powerful. So very understandable decision. I think it's more playing the board here than the opponent. You trade the knights, and I think completely understandable from Aradhya's perspective to go for this draw.
Yeah, this game, I think it's totally understandable, but the game against Arvind, and in general, I think his opening choices and the way he's played, it's been more of a safety first approach. But I think that's normal. That's how people are in general. That's probably how I would play if I was in this tournament. What exceptional is how some of these other juniors are playing, and that's why they're exceptional and they've risen so fast.
Very true. But it is Aradhya's first outing in this event, and also his first opportunity, more importantly, to play against such strong players every single round. And I saw a little bit of a change in Aradhya's outlook right now, because I don't see the reason for it. I think everything is totally under control. That bishop on e2, it defends the h5 pawn, the b5 pawn. They're just going to probably repeat any moment now. Bishop e2, you just keep this position, and white has got nothing to play for. Neither does black.
Yes, they have to move back and forth and repeat moves, but I don't understand what they're thinking about here. It's pretty understandable that you just want to make a draw and close it out. Can't believe Aradhya is trying here, because
if you had to try, you had to try.
What's there to try?
I agree with you.
But there's really nothing to play for here.
Or do we have more action?
It is the final game remaining time.
All right. So he puts all the pawns on the light squares, and I think he could have even afforded to give up the d6 pawn, but why do that? And it's a little too late to imagine Aradhya being able to create any chances here. So expecting a repetition. Sri, are we having the after show after today's day 2?
Of course, Tanya. Of course, we are having the after show. How can we not have the after show? But that will be on your channel. I hope you remember your password better this time.
Yeah. Yesterday I did another stream after that. I just got, with me, I'm living life on the edge. I either don't stream for months or I stream 5 times in a day.
Hot and cold. Hot and cold.
All right, so King F4, the king has just taken an entire journey across the earth and come back. And I think that's about it. We can expect
Around the
a
board
repetition
in
here.
80 moves.
Around the board in 80 moves. Love it.
But yeah, this
What
is
are they
probably...
doing? Why are they not repeating?
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, although the game isn't, there's not much action in the game, but we are
I'm
to
going to
be
predict
joined.
the repetition. King G7, King E7, King G6, King E6 is how it's going to end. Or not. Wrong.
No, Danny. So, but you continue on with your predictions, the trend. But yeah, not much action happening in the board, but we are joined by a very special guest, the tournament leader at the end of day 2. And the answer to the question we had at the beginning of the day, the first question I asked, do you remember?
Yes. Chat, do you remember the big question? We're going to have a face reveal apparently of who was the player who mentioned to Sri that we're going to witness some crazy chess from him. Let's see if he actually lived up to the expectations. On the count of 3, 2, 1, who is it? On 1, he was supposed to appear on the camera.
Yeah, you just have to say something.
I actually have no idea who's joining. It is the man himself who's been setting the board on fire. Ronak, welcome. Congratulations.
Hi. Thanks.
How are you feeling?
Okay, firstly, I'm a bit disappointed with that first game. I still can't get over it. And yeah, rest, okay, I played decently. Against Vishak also I had this trick, which he didn't know, which I was very surprised that he doesn't know this trick. And still, I managed to mess it up.
You know,
Indeed, Ronak. Yeah.
Sorry, because you mentioned the first game, you're not the only one who can't get over it, because even for us here, it was just incredible to see how resourceful Leon was in this game. But the fact that this is not winning, at what moment did you realize that it's not winning anymore?
Now I saw the winning line. So if you would have repeated again and played Rook F6, I was going to play Queen C4, but Rook G6, I didn't realize that I just have no moves.
You're absolutely right about that, by the way. The only the most accurate win was Queen C4 if he lets your queen get out of G8.
Yeah, like a very strange game. Yeah, I thought I'll repeat once, I'll gain some time and then do it, but it backfired very badly.
But yeah, incredibly strange and topsy-turvy game. Did you at some point switch off and think, okay, I'm just winning here, why is he still playing on, or something like that?
Yeah, I don't think I would have played if the position with the queen. Yeah, I would have just resigned.
But it helps, yeah, the perseverance helps. And sometimes you just, especially with rapid and the 10-second increment.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, this one didn't go according to plan, but you're still at the top of the table. Tell us about, well, of course, the results been great so far, but are you also happy with the quality of play that you've had in the event so far?
Yeah, I'm playing fighting chess, so obviously my quality will not be best, but it will be good enough, I think, to just keep on playing. I'm not making some draws here, so.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do with this scoring format, which brings me to my next question, Ronak. Sri mentioned that, he spoke to a certain player and that certain player said that, I'm going to play crazy chess today. You brought in a lot of entertainment today. So do you think you lived up to your promise?
Yeah, before the game only, I told him, I didn't tell him what I was going to play, but I told him it will be something interesting.
Interesting and crazy. But yeah, it's been an absolute delight to see your games so far in this tournament. And is there any moment where you felt really good? Some moment where you made a certain move or the way you finished off?
Yeah, against Vantika, I was very happy because after I think something like 15 moves, I had more than 15 minutes.
That's Arjun's every game.
Yeah, so no, I remember once I and Nihal had a bet in Blitz, like we're playing long back, who will finish with more than 3 minutes after the game.
What are these bets these youngsters are having? You can barely finish the game in 3 minutes, and here the aim is to have more time on the clock than you start with.
Yeah,
Who won
so
that
I know.
bet?
the Blitz tournament, so the point was to have more than 3 minutes, not go down to 2 minutes.
So who did you manage to do it?
No, none of us did it.
None of you guys did it.
But it was World Blitz, so okay.
So not even in some random event, straight away at the World Blitz, this is what you're aiming for. Amazing stuff. So you mentioned Vantika's game. Was that all preparation, or were you just playing fast and catching the momentum on the board?
No, I just knew the setup and I was just playing fast. But there was nothing much to think. So.
All right, amazing stuff. Ronak, you've had a fabulous performance so far. We hope you continue because we've been really enjoying seeing the chess that you're playing. Who do you play tomorrow? Do you know in the first game?
I play Arvind in the first game. Rest, I don't remember.
And what are your
then
thoughts on
White
that
against
matchup?
Arjun.
What are your thoughts on your first matchup?
It's normal matchup, yeah, like all others.
Every game is pretty tough here, no?
Yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best for tomorrow and continue producing the crazy chess that you've been showing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ronak, for joining us, and all the best.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow. So Sri, what do you think? Do you think Ronak lived up to his promise that he made to you?
Oh, I think he's certainly lived up to his promise, Tania. Two Dutch defense with the black pieces. He's made his intention very clear from his openings right from the beginning. And that game against Leon, I think, was one of the most memorable and enjoyable games of the day, and perhaps even of the tournament. We have seen some really, really interesting games in this tournament, though, and I'm pretty glad that we are here to witness that.
Yeah. You know what, Sri? I think we're going to bring up the standings and then wrap up. And then let's discuss some of this in our after post game stream, because I think we're going to have Sahil join us as well, who's covering the event as well. So it'll be super nice to get his thoughts on it as well, and these critical moments that we saw. And I really want to bring up that defense that Leon put up against Ronak, our tournament leader, as we can see, leading the field with 17 points, and Nihal following up. In fact, many people in chat did predict that it would be between these two, the race to finish at the top of the tournament. And remember, it is a golden ticket to the Champions Chess Tour. So a lot at stake here for the players. Going into day 3, we've got Nihal at 2nd place. Abhimanyu Puranik, who did have a tough last game at 14 points. And Arjun, what a comeback, also at 4th spot. This is where we stand with our standings going into day 3. Big day of chess coming up. Sri, should we head over to our next stream where we'll chill and chat?
Absolutely. I'm ready for it.
All right, chat, thank you so much for joining us and witnessing all the chess action. We'll be back tomorrow with the commentary for day 3 here at the MPL Indian Chess Tour. See you then. And yes, good night.